And we are live, and I think my mic's working. Well, always wondering, always fearing. I'm sure you guys will let me know before too long. Hi, everybody. Let's look at you beautiful people in chat. Ray Ray, good to see you, glad to have you, as always. Thank you for your work. Lolly Ho, Jellybean. Hey, Tethys, thank you for your work as well. I'm at Tea Tree early. Power's at Tea Tree, good to see you, glad to have you, Power. Catger, good to see you, glad to have you. Power, I've been getting my ducks in a row regarding my upcoming school year. Half-time at work, middle school educator, and a bit more than half-time for law school. I'll be too busy for this. Well, I hope everything goes good. It's always good to have you when we can. So I'm having with the guns while I can. We'll miss you when you're not around, but I also wish you the best in those endeavors. Professor, good to see you, glad to have you. Oh boy, good King Magomag the 12th, indeed. May his pom-pom ever be shiny, may his fur ever be fluffy. And may he Kubo the Kubo of the Kubo. Indeed. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Let me check here. I'll go ahead and check OBS. Yeah, seems like everything's good. I wonder if there's just a delay. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Loud and clear. Oh, interesting. It looks like the chat just wasn't updating. There we go. No, we can't hear you at all. Thanks, Tethys. Hey, Demins. Good to see you. Glad to have you. So we're going to wait here for a second. So I want to do... My plan is to do all of Dragoon in one episode of its own. Rather than doing it as a beginning intro thing. So we don't necessarily have a super good beginning intro idea. We're going to be starting 2.1 today. However... because we typically like to have a little intro period, I'm not sure what we should do in the meantime. One thing I want to do is we're potentially going to try and start doing some tribal quests early on. And what I'll do is only stream during the quests, and then I'll just do the dailies off stream because it'll be fine. How's everyone doing? You're here? Oh, wow, I'm not... Okay, well, you know what? Let's go ahead. Maybe I'll just even pick up a quest or something while we wait. I'm doing better than I was this morning. Good, Power. Good. Let's just do this quest. Why not? We'll do the quest as this little intro. Okay, where's my coin? I need a coin for flipping for the Lalafell. Hey, Silver, good to see you. Glad to have you. Okay, we got Tails. So hi. Well, that's a pretty kettle of fish. You'd think Roganin would be too damn big to get seasick. Oh, adventurer. Yes, you there. Looking for work, perchance? Name's Tatafu. I'm a merchant just back from Limsa Laminsa, and I'm a spot of trouble. Hired this big lug to make the deliveries, but what got instead was a couple of chum pals badly in need of emptying. Can't let that stop me, though. Not a lie, the fish here out in Crescent Cove needs what I've got. And though this upchucking good for nothing will be up and about by tomorrow, none of the lie isn't like to stand the wait. Super coin for your Lala. Spare a coin for your Lala. Oh, Nalthal of Plenty? Yeah, that works. Oh, Nalthal of Plenty. Do okay. Tried a new, to me, recipe for lunch, so that was neat. Nice, Jelly. Always exciting to try something different. Had a quick power nap before stream, ready to tackle Eureka again while I watch. Nice, Demins. It's interesting how many of you guys have been running with it. It's been nice to see. Helping Tricantha, I'm assuming leveling a job of the hand. Or helping... I'm just super... That's cool, Professor. Had super anxiety all week. Oh, because I didn't know whether my boss would allow me to work part-time or if I would have to leave my job. Oh, power. I've been there. That fucking sucks. Which sucks. Okay, so this is a... It looks like a female Olafel. Yeah, okay, so... I pitch again.
Isn't here yet. Should be. Should be. What isn't? Ah, you've got my delivery. So you've got it. You've got it. This sack's got some heft to it. It sure does. And it should too, being full of soil. What will I do with the soil? Put it on the ground, that's what. The little litter bag you gave me is filled with seeds. It's time for some farming. Calamity's done made the fish stay away from these waters. So if we don't farm, we don't eat. But there I go running my mouth near forgetting the business. Got the gill from Tatafu right here. Tell her I'm much obliged.
I didn't realize Tatafu was supposed to be a female. I guess Tatafu, should have realized. But so for those of you who are unaware, the Crescent Cove and the waters around here used to be teeming with life, but due to the Seventh Umbral Calamity throwing off the ethereal life streams, a lot of the stuff around the Rotano and the Merle of Straithor got thrown off. So while Limsa's still a pretty vibrant place for fishing, a lot of Thanalin's coastal region got majorly mucked up. At level 17 on Eureka got my Tyrannosaur last night. Nice! Actually got 2, but you can't trade them, unfortunately. Sucks. But it'll let me stay on part-time, which is good. Nice! Good power. Hey, Purple! Good to see you. Glad to have you. So yeah, so Crescent Cove used to be a major fishing spot, and now it's kind of desolate. And they've gotten so desperate at this point that they're now trying to farm, which in Thanalan is no easy task.
Swiftly done. Was the fisher satisfied with his bits of land? Ah, the payment, is it? I guess he was satisfied. Thank you. Let's see here. Yarn, tan, tether. That's everything. Can't rightly say I feel easy in my mind about this. Fishers have little enough gill as it is without squandering at Lenosian dirt. Though, what do I know, eh? The farmers in Limsa I got it from said it'll give the cove thin soil the boost it needs. Say, hey, maybe that'll at least have a fighting chance. Got to have hope, right? Here's that some leftover seeds for you. You come into a bit of land in one of those adventuring districts. Go up and set up a vegetable patch or two. I'll have to go use that on the house. A Tyrannosaur's name is Sue. Okay, guys, shall we go ahead and get 2.1 started? That's what Chitara has to say. Oi, the Guardian threat may have abated, but there's no end to the work we Scions do. In our own unique ways, may every one of us continue to strive to make a better Eorzea. Problem is there's sometimes there's just nothing interesting in their dialogue, and then all of a sudden there is something interesting in their dialogue. The nerve of some petitioners engaging us as if we were a band of common mercenaries. I should be glad to refuse them all without a second thought. Okay, Albedo. That's not how helping you. In bringing the struggle against the Empire to decisive end, the nations of Eorzea spent much of their military strength. I fear the beast tribes have caught scent of this temporary weakness and will give us scant leave to rest. A hero's work is never done, Elio. We are common mercenaries. I mean, we're not common mercenaries. We are an organization, and we aren't hired. We are. I wouldn't describe us as common mercenaries. Hey, good to see you. Glad to have you. I don't know. I think there's a distinct difference between adventurers seeking to do specific things versus your common mercenaries. I think adventurers can be common mercenaries, but I don't think it necessarily dictates that they are. I actually think that 14 as a whole tends to delineate between them somewhat in the fact that there even is an adventurers guild versus specifically mercenary groups. Believe me, I am quite eager to resume active duties and redeem my good name. But I have not forgotten that similar sentiments nearly led to my doom once before. I will not question the wisdom of our Baldezian colleagues. They have bid me rest, so I shall.
Just when we dared to believe the peace had arrived, another primal awakens. I say, has there ever been the rest for the weary? So much has happened to this place. If these walls could talk, such tales they would be able to tell.
I should have done something, anything, but I didn't, and now Abba and the Auli are. I will not let it be for nothing. I will earn this. Oh, Arnold, my good boy. As one age endeth and another doth arise, so do our struggles wax and wane. What wouldst thou ask of me?
How fares the realm?
Souls from Aether, far stranger from strange lands. Yester with thine eyes marrow by thine hands. By my reckoning, these words from the divine chronicles tell of the warriors of light. With cloudless vision of the past, they forge the way into the future. Mine interpretation, it ringeth true with that which I have witnessed.
What of the primals?
I thank thee, Elio. By thy hand are their mighty primals brought low once more. Thy victories have purchased the realm of freedom from those terrible beings, which surely have denied by their mere presence. With Bahamut's banishment to the Aether, as the 7th Umbral Era has come to an end soon, in the abyssal depths of the dread primal Demoscene, thou didst cast light upon the truth of Eorzea's rebirth. Yet until such time as lasting peace doth visit the realm, that knowledge must needs remain locked inside our hearts. And though the veil have been lifted from many and more mysteries, the haze which shroudeth the people's memory from calamity yet eludeth explanation. I have but half-formed theories, which I would share with thee if thou art willing to listen. When the combined might of the 12 failed to contain Bahamut, Master Louisoix mustered what strength remained to him and entrusted our hope to the future. 'Tis my belief that he invoked the power of the Keeper and sent Eorzea's champions to a place outside of time, beyond the reach of the Primal's wrath, taken whence they rightly existed. These individuals did leave behind a rent in the fabric of reality. At that selfsame juncture, Master Louisoix struck down Bahamut, thus triggering the realm's dramatic regeneration. The occurrence of these events in rapid succession, I theorize, gave rise to the people's clouded recollections of the calamity. Alas, there is no way to restore these lost memories. Let it be enough that the 7th Umbral Era is truly over, and the people may finally turn towards a brighter future, assured in the knowledge that a new warrior of light walketh with them.
So that's him explaining what happened at the end of, during the events of the Battle of Card now. Jelly, I see we both AFK'd at the tea tree. Deadberry, good to see you, glad to have you. I hope everyone is having a great day. Yeah, I think everyone's just a little chill today. We're just chilling. We're about to start 2.1. I'm being semi-sarcastic. It's what NPCs expect adventures to be. True. Chris, good to see you, glad to have you. There's a reason why half the time we're called sellswords. Yeah. I'm late, but I'm here. Good to see you, Koshe. Glad to have you. Catherine, good to see you, glad to have you. Greetings from Orlando, Florida. Hot, sunny, blue sky. Nice. It is hot, sunny, blue sky with wind here. Aaron, good to see you, glad to have you. 10 levels in Eureka yesterday. Time to see if I can repeat that today. You can't, honestly, it's not the levels that are the hardest part about Eureka. It's if you care about the notorious monsters. I got it right, Yusa, you're welcome. If you care about getting like the elemental armor and the animals, the weapons. That's the big thing. I'm here, I didn't get the notification. Oh, good, Aaron. We didn't put up make the video even go live until like 10 minutes, or not live, but like public until 10 minutes before. So we should, I need to be better on top of making sure that it's always up at least an hour before, because otherwise it's not, the notifications get wonky. So, are we good to start 2.1? I will ask you guys. Partly also to test, see how bad the delay is. Oh, checkmate. Let's do this! Yep, ready to find them. Okay, guys, let's go. Aw, little Naniri with his signs. Okay, it's time for your lovely monophilia, Ray Ray. Leroy Jenkins.
Elio, it pleases me to see you well.
Oh, do excuse me for interrupting. Interrupting Elio. My lady, the gentleman from Ashkana Exports has just left. I understand now why you didn't want to receive him.
You did well, Tataru. Please inform the guards that we will not be receiving any further guests this afternoon.
Thank you, my lady. Or up that stupid palm right off your freaking...
Ever since we defeated Gaius Van Baelsar and destroyed his ultimate weapon, the eyes of the world have followed our every move, scarce remembering to blink. Where once we worked in secret, with precious few friends and all too many enemies, we are now besieged by benefactors, each one more eager than the last to offer us his complete support. A true embarrassment of riches. Of course, every promise of patronage comes with a price. Some make their intentions known from the start, while others endeavor to engage us more subtly. Dress it how they will, the message is ever the same. We shall help you, but only if you help us. The gentleman Tataru spoke of was more brazen than most. In exchange for certain supplies, he would have us resolve a business dispute. Naturally, I refused him, as I have every other merchant of his ilk. Alas, the syndicate's overtures are not so easily rejected.
Hey Aubrey, good to see you, glad to have you.
While we formed the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, it was with the goal of serving Eorzea, not the interests of individual Eorzeans. Our neutrality is fundamental to our cause. In my heart, I know this to be true, and yet, if accepting these offers of patronage could empower us to do greater good, might they not warrant greater consideration?
How ambitious of them to literally like focus on like political, like literally all point X to be simultaneous setup for Heaven's Word, and also major focus on the political nuances of being a hero in Eorzea. Like, took cojones, and they not just to do it, but to pull it off.
Our Baldesian colleagues have been generous beyond measure, but we cannot expect them to... Forgive me, I did not mean to burden you so. Yet, my urge to share this dilemma may not be wholly misguided. Might I impose upon you to consult the others? They are like to have their own opinions on this matter.
It's amazing to see this framed magical staff of Louis Soir. Yeah, Tube Samadhi.
I confess, I am conflicted. It may be wise to consult with the others.
But so if you've ever looked at Tube Samadhi closely, you'll notice its most obvious trait is that it has a slab of stone with Thaliak's symbol upon it. It didn't break after his fight with Bahamut. Minfilia just accidentally sat on it. Insert joke about fat ass here.
Recall you are meeting with the Admiral shortly after the Laminsons set word of the summoning of Titan. Then mayhap you also recall my words to our host. I said unto Merlwyb that her people had broken their treaty with the kobolds, and that the beastmen had justly responded. That we had been called to intervene in a conflict which she herself had invited. I spoke, in short, the truth. And wherefore did I speak it? Because owing to no allegiance to Limsa, I felt no compulsion to allow the Laminsons to distort the facts to fit a narrative which justified their actions and absolved them of guilt. Upon this subject, Minfilia can expect a similar reply. Our many dalliances with the city-states have already weakened our claim to neutrality, but the path that she contemplates would see us relinquish it entirely.
Like, it's not that Y'shtola doesn't have a point, but also I think that Y'shtola too excessively is willing to abstain from a course that does also connect you to peoples and places, because that also is relevant. Badass, more like deadass. Thighs stronger than Tupsamati. I'm sure she's got thighs that could crush a watermelon with all the lifting she had to do as a miner. You're not wrong. And now I'm just thinking of that gif of someone in a 2B cosplay smashing a watermelon with their thighs. Or pineapple, I think. Yeah, amazing the staff was recovered, Catherine. It was recovered thanks to the Twin Adders during the process of taking care of people in the aftermath of the fall of Dalamud, when they were going about healing people on the battlefield. That's where it was discovered. Monophilia or Elcor for Mass Effect? You decide.
Greetings.
See, that's a little different because no. It's different than like what here, like what's like an L, like someone give me like an Elcor phrase, like Elcor Mass Effect dialogue. Something like mild amusement. Something. Mild amusement. Badass. More like dadass. Positive greetings. Hello, Ramziel. Good to see you. Glad to have you. With great joy. Welcome. With great trepidation. Ray scares me. Salutations. Greetings, warrior of light. With great gratitude, thank you for returning to the waking sands. Minor annoyance, pray return. There you go. Fortune begets power, and power fortune. That we, and especially you, have power. Especially you have powers beyond doubt. The question is what to do with it. You may be interested to know that there is a growing belief amongst the refugees that Alamigo could be liberated, if only the Scions could commit their strength to the cause. Yet theirs is but one of many causes. We stand at a crossroads, Elio. Each path is paved with good intentions, but where they lead is far from clear. Setting up Alamigan liberation at this early. Still not the best teller of emotions, though. I've been receiving a lot of gifts lately, but Papa Lemo keeps making me send them back. It wouldn't be so bad, but some of them are really, really nice. I mean, very nearly abandoned your principles nice, you know? None can deny that we would benefit from more support, but if it comes at the cost of our principles, neutrality was ever a delicate matter. I've lost count of the times that I've explained to people that our allegiances need not necessarily lie in the same place as our headquarters. Mind you, if we are to sell our services for Guild, we might as well declare our fealty to Uldar now and have done with it. I'm quite sure Yida would enjoy the brides. Now I want to see the 18-hour Elcor production of Macbeth mentioned in Mass Effect. Or no, what is it? Isn't there like a Hanar and Elcor movie? What is it? What's the name of that? It's, oh god, Mass Effect was fucking phenomenal. That trilogy was great. 'Tis the lot of the power to attract the covetous as well as the needy. Thus doth prudence dictate that those with the power proffer aid with one hand, whilst the other resteth ever on their hilt. Alas, we have not the luxury of time to decipher our petitioners. Machinations, nay, not while the beast tribes do labor unseen, defiant in defeat to raise up the fallen primals once more. Doubt not that they shall return, stronger and bolder both, nor that we shall be the ones to meet them. This sacred charge shall ever be ours. 'Tis but a pity we are so few and our fortunes so finite. Blasto. I wish Papalimo got more screen time. He's easily overlooked. Yeah. I mean, it's always, I mean, I wish Yida got more stream time. Like, I know, like, Stormblood exists, but you think about, like, prior to that, you know, not really getting a lot, or obviously much after, you know, or, you know, there's multiple characters, so you definitely want them. Hardred, well, he's a Lala, so it's understandable. People overlook. Oh, Ramziel. Oh, very, very good. That was a good one. The Hanar was canonically a spectre. I love the Hanar. I love the Mass Effect did such a good job on coming up with races and creatures that were not just like human butt. Like now that like even the Asari, right? There's still a lot more going on that's a lot more interesting. You know, there's not really another race that's just human
but green. At least in my opinion, in that series. The situation is not wholly unexpected. I, too, have given much thought to our organization's future, though it would seem I have reached a different conclusion. Mayhap it is time I made my feelings known to the antecedent. Come along, Elio. Papalymo is one of the 3 male Lalas who aren't evil. Pippin, Papalymo... Papashan? Pippin, Papalymo, and Papashan. Those are the 3 I can think of. Also, there's a difference between evil and morally dubious. Alfino, Elio, is Autumnus? You desired counsel, so you shall have it, Minfilia. The Scions of the 7th Dawn must leave Ul'dah. We must do what? As long as we remain within Ul'dah territory, we will never be free to act with impunity. Moving our headquarters to Vesper Bay only delayed the inevitable. We have demonstrated our capabilities, and the Syndicate has taken note. They will not suffer our organization to remain independent now. We are far too dangerous for that. Surely you realize that the reason Vesper Bay still lacks an Aetheryte. They know full well how beneficial one would be to our cause. Sure. That's why Vesper Bay lacks an Aetheryte. Which is why it and other favors will be denied us unless we cooperate. If Ul'dah is no longer suitable, where would you have us go? Alcazolka? Hey, there's Alcazolka. Experience has taught us the appearance of neutrality is as important as the reality. Accordingly, we must keep each of the great nations at arm's length, and plant our banner in a place which all agree to be beyond their borders. Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying that there's other lore reasons beyond that I think are actually as much or more compelling. I think that's a fair rationalization as to maybe saying why they haven't a la the past year, but Vesper Bay has been a hub for a while, and so it really shouldn't have been part and parcel to the Scions being there that would have prevented or stopped them from installing an Aetheryte. That said, they have been using it as their hideout since the fallout of Dalamud, ergo, that's a fair rationalization, I guess. Yeah. And kindle this! Whips out 4 pistols. Every Turian and Quarian are my husbando and waifu. Understandable. The Lalalan Scholar Quest isn't evil. I'm spacing on his name. Yeah, Alcazolka. Yeah, you were right. Mordona. It's a good choice. Smart choice. Revenant's Toll, to be precise. It lies within the neutral territory and offers all the essential facilities we require. By way of an additional benefit, it is also frequented by a veritable legion of adventurers who may serve to supplement our ranks. I am, of course, conscious of the fact that we have developed a certain bond with Ul'dah and her people over the years. I truly believe this to be the best course of action. As you yourself observed, we have invaluable ties to the local community, forged through years of concentrated effort. Ul'dah is our home. Alfino, to cast aside everything we have built and start anew in a desolate wasteland would be beyond reckless. The decision is yours to make, Antecedent. I ask only that you recall the shared purpose for which we first moved us to found the Scions of the 7th Dawn, and which moved you to found the Path of the 12 ere that. We aspire to an ideal, you and I, just as my grandfather did. That makes us more than... What did he say? That makes us more than mere comrades in arms. We are as much as family, much as family as... That will be all, Alfino. Fufalupa? Yeah. I am sure you have some familiar affairs of your own to attend to. Your concern is most generous, but no, I have left them in the hands of men better suited to the task than I. I could not very well allow my personal affairs to come before the needs of the Order, after all. Mordona is a good choice. If you can't get over all the loose ambient aether that makes people sick just being there. I mean, it's not like the corrupted crystals are that bad, and also, like, the corrupted crystals that aren't particularly worse there than elsewhere, and also, The gloom isn't particularly bad. At least I don't remember any specific note about it having hazardous health effects in the long term. Alongside the shores of Silvertear Lake, Mordona lives very close to Aldenard as a key land route blessed with breathtaking scenery. Era for life collection during the Battle of Silvertear skies, however, an extreme ethereal surge swept through the landscape, transforming it into a pure crystal. Though the cause remains a topic of discussion among scholars, the phenomenon was Fog Fens, Revenant's Toll, which long served the current activity notwithstanding. The Orange Red Toll is tragic. The favorite haunt of many adventurers is. Okay, listen. Established by the Adventurers Guild to aid refugees, Camp Revenant's Toll was obliterated during the Calamity. Drastic changes in the area's elemental balance left the Aether in chaotic state, forcing corrupted crystals up through the ground, essentially tearing the camp apart. Oh, that's the old Camp Revenant. Yeah, the Camp Revenant's Toll as opposed to Revenant's Toll. Wraith Frost at Castrum Sentry. Oh, I think I called that Oxidens a while ago. I meant to call it Sentry. Singing Charge, and going North Silvertear, an area bordering the Lake of North Silvertear, known for its sights and offers. Keeper's Lake rises above the water and crystals. Yeah, I don't. Do you happen to? Is there a line or a bit of dialogue from somewhere? Maybe I just made that up. I don't even know anymore. Well, like, cause there is ambient etheric effects, but it's like it's not, and like it's not like good to be around corrupted crystals, obviously. But especially with Revenant's Toll existing there, and especially with Saint Coinac's Find as well, I would have to assume that we can't attribute long-term effects unless explicitly stated by someone, because it could have stormed somewhere that a lot of people got Aether sick in Mordona. People got Aether sick after the event. A bunch of people died from from sickness after the explosion of the Agrius, if that's what you mean. I think there even is a line about that. Let's see if we can find it. Current activity notwithstanding, the origin of Revenant's Soul name is tragic. Few villages had the chance to escape before their homes were crushed by the airship falling from the sky. The devastation claimed so many lives, the dead had none to mourn their passing but the dead. No, it's not in there. But I think there's a statement somewhere about the fallout, the immediate fallout of the Battle of Silvertear Sky causing a lot of people to be sick. Why did Alfino go to Krispy Kreme? He wanted more donuts. Now I want a donut. Oh, the gas station nearby me has donuts. Do I message my roommate and ask them to go grab a donut? Okay, I guess I misinterpreted this chronic effect. No, I mean, like, Demins, it may yet be. I wouldn't. I don't have a thing offhand that fully disproves that. I would just speculate that would be a very strange thing to then deal with. You would think that you would have scions dealing with it when you get to the Rising Stones. You'd think you'd have problems with those of Revenant's Toll, those of Saint Coinac's Find. You would think that the Garleans in Castrum Sentry would be having problems with that on a regular basis, which makes me suspect that it isn't the case. However, I will continue to keep that in mind and looking for further evidence just in case it happens to be. I know that the lingering after effects of the Agrius's explosion, the cerulean tanks exploding and the death of Midgardsormr, definitely the wreckage and all of that, and the resulting etheric explosion definitely had a negative effect on people, so. Oh, Isa, thank you. Sugar Archon encouraging sugar-based bad decisions. Okay, I'm messaging my roommate. Okay. Hey, Tracy, good to see you. Glad to have you. Catherine, I love my nearby Dunkin'. I don't have a nearby donut place. I grew up next door to, like, really close to, like, a really, really, like, lovely, like, Jewish bakery that just did almost nothing but donuts. And it was, I got so spoiled. And so I've never been happy since. I also grew up, like, just a little ways away, how do I even put this? Effectively an artisanal it's not even artisanal, really. Just like a bagel factory that sold all its like bagels. Also had like a storefront, though it also called Bagels Forever, and it was like some of the best bagels I've ever had. And so I've also been spoiled on bagels. Sugar-based bad decisions are the best bad decisions. It's true. Yeah, no, so I was really spoiled for donuts and bagels, and I've never been able to be happy since. Leave Ul'dah? Has it truly come to this? Oh, Elio, pray attend to Alphino. He is engaged in some business or other and requires your assistance. Pray, be on your way. Alphino waits upon you, and I have much to think about. Oh, and tell him he shall have my answer in due time. Namely, a shoe up his ass. Okay. Hey, Lizen! Good to see you, glad to have you. I'm a coffee lover, love Dunkin' Donuts, old-fashioned donut. I can't stand coffee, so I don't have to worry about that part at least. I can't deal with bitter at all. Like even like the like any kind of bitter, I just cannot. Just it tastes like poison to me. Honestly, if Aether Sickness and Mordona was that bad, we wouldn't move there. Like, yeah, the power, that's part of my suggestion as to why it seems unlikely that as a chronic condition, it would be in any way ubiquitous, because else any of the people who exist in it currently would be suffering long-term ill effects. AR Alfie needs to kick up his ass. Yeah, and you know what AR Alfie does get? A kick up his ass. Namely, it's called 2.55. Agreed on bad decisions. I had frozen custard for dinner last night. Fuck. We have also a Culver's right nearby too. My roommate just goes, "What's in it for me, Issa? I ain't no errand dog, Issa." And just a bunch of Tome Fix emotes. Thanks, Tethys. Yes, join our channel. Hit the join button next to the subscribe button to become an Archon. The more members we have, the more emoji we get. You want one of Ray Ray, don't you? Y'all making me hungry. Yeah, chat's good for making people hungry. And some other things. There was a donut place across the street from band building in high school, and damn, they made great ones. That'd be where it at. That'd be where it at. Not to encourage you, but it was Culver's. Ah, Jelly Bean! Oh. Now I want Culver's. I wanted ice cream last night, but I was being good. Now you do me like this. Okay, let's get back to the story at hand. You're right, among other things. Look, I wasn't going to say horny, but confound it all. You know she must, she knows what must be done, and still she hesitates. All because of these fanciful rumors. I should explain. Minfilia's mother, well, adoptive mother, was among the great many who perished during the calamity. Flamine was her name, though you may know her better as the songstress of Ul'dah. I would not. She was performer of a singular talent, and much beloved by the people of Eorzea, not to mention a certain Charlian minstrel. As you may imagine, the news of her passing was greeted with shock and disbelief by her adoring followers, many of whom refused to acknowledge what had happened. That her body was never found only served to encourage speculation. Minfilia, too, struggled at first to accept the truth, but as Flamine's absence stretched from months into years, she saw that there could be no other explanation. Until recently, at any rate. For whatever reason, rumors have once again begun to circulate that Flamine is alive and well. One of our informants, Father Iliad, has sent word that a woman matching the songstress's description has been seen of late at the seaside resort of Costa del Sol. If we could succeed in tracking her down, I have no doubt that any worries that now plague Minfilia's heart might be assuaged. I mean to set forth for Lenosio at once. Let us reconvene there and inquire with Master Gege Ruju as to the veracity of these rumors. John, good to see you, glad to have you, in search of the songstress of Ul'dah. And for those of you who aren't aware, Flamine is Minfilia's adopted mother, after her father died in a Gubu stampede that was partially caused by Minfilia, or not Minfilia, Flamine. For me, it's my local Mexican bakery, Good Concha. Nice. We also have a place nearby, a Chinese like bao, not even bakery really, I guess, but like bao place nearby, and I can get like a box of like giant ass curry bao for like $12, and that's just
I should be fatter, especially with how much I work on my computer these days and I don't like run or exercise like I used to. Frankly, honestly, one of the reasons that I'm hopeful about doing all the stuff that we're gonna do on Twitch is that to have exercise goals so you guys can help me be in shape. I think I know what I thought Aether Sickness was common in Mordona now. In 1.0, synthesis crystals lost their aspect if left in Mordona ground for too long. And Aether Sickness is like 2 paragraphs down. Okay. Yeah, I get association. And I only bring it up because it's always about finding truth, right? My brain just associated the two and everything in between just gets erased. Yeah, and then it becomes difficult because once those feel like a natural assumption, because that's also like a thing you could kind of naturally potentially assume, then it becomes rote and expected and assumed, and then that's why it's always important to like challenge something, to like preconceived notions if you can't source them. And not that I'm always great at citing things either. Hungry, yes. My hubby made me homemade mango sorbet last night. Nice, Tethys. My brain just associated to, yeah. In search of Songstress. Wasn't she in the former Final Fantasy XIV entry video showing Gubu imprisoned on a cart and displayed? Yeah, here, let me just go ahead. I've got, you know what I've got. Why don't we just, videos. Because remember that 2.1's pretty short, so we're probably gonna be done with it ahead of schedule, so I'm okay to take these, side hustles as they were. Hold up. Ours were all. I think this is it. Yes. So what I'm going to be showing you is a 1.0 cutscene of what happened during that fateful day. Let's pull up. Capture. Okay, let me check chat real quick just to make sure nothing's getting left behind. Yes, get through. Minfilia misses her mommy and Flamina is the best mommy. It's true. She's a very good mother, and what comes later is heartbreaking. Thank you, Tez. I have the YouTube video to watch. The 14th stream we recorded the event and gaming video. Video to watch that 14th stream we recorded. I'm one of those people who can't gain weight no matter what I eat. It's a lot shorter since the cutout 20 quests. Yeah. So that's Acilia is Minfilia. She changed her name. She took the name Minfilia when she basically later on when she after her father dies and she basically joins up with like Thancred and Flamine and all that stuff, which is also becomes important in kind of a conversation about when you understand that Minfilia partially took the name because of Thancred from Acilia to Minfilia, and how that comes back with the name Reen later on. Not because of the names themselves, but the idea of naming and his connection with that.
I've never seen one up close. It's enormous. Let's see what happened if that one got loose.
Whoops. Ah! There we go.
Come and get your flowers. Flowers for all. Enjoy the festivities.
That is Flamine who's talking right now. That Mikote in the center. There's the bronze bull. You may recognize from spending time in Ula. And there's the mining twins. So that's Flamine right there.
The parade is about to begin. Make ready. Now.
You got it, boss. Leave it to me. I won't let nothing go wrong.
Take it as a precaution.
Oh,
Let us go.
For me? Really? Thank you. Pretty, aren't they? Now be a sweetling and make sure everybody gets one, all right? I will.
Yep, this is a 1.0 cutscene.
The famous songstress of Olga. So flowers do grow in the desert.
Well, I mean, like, a bunch of the budget went into, like, animating cutscenes like this, but the problem is that, hey, there was Momodi in the background. The budget for these, if you, like, notice that the cutscenes animated, voiced, and all, like, how it's seems like almost like a higher production value than 14, the problem is that they probably animated this like a single-player game, and the amount of time it took just to make this one cutscene is the amount of time it would take to do this. There's no way you could do it on an MMO schedule. So, like, everything that around, like, their production conception and idea for 14 1.0 would have been unsustainable. There's just no question. Uh-oh. So also, this guy is Flamine's lover, who gets killed as part of a 1.0 quest that never fully gets resolved. It gets somewhat resolved emotionally, at least in the, like, I believe, Alchemist's quests in 2.0 onwards. It's not in 2.0. I think it's Stormblood Alchemist quest, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's Eorzean. Is that how you say his name? But so part of their plan was they were going to cause this event to go a little bit wrong and make themselves look like great heroes by saving the day, except for things get out of control. So the death of Cilia, Menphilia's father, is partially at the fault of Flamine. Honestly, Power, that wasn't even budget. That was just not optimizing for shit. No low poly model version. I guess, like, yeah, the processing budget. Also, the audio balancing is shit. All the cutscenes is not good. Awesome, Catherine, I'm glad. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is supposed to be an echo.
Damn thing seemed rather taken with me. Any idea why that might be?
Thancred being Thancred. Yeah, I bet, Ray. I'll stop talking.
And now our guest requests an encore. Come on.
Let's go.
You all right, boss? What did I miss?
Gubu canonically used to be way more dangerous. And that's how Menphilia's father died. So yeah. Actually, I'm really glad that we watched that. I think that's actually really helpful and good context for what's going to come next. So yeah, Final Fantasy 120 is what happens when you prioritize graphics over gameplay. Yeah, here's the thing though, it's not even just graphics. It's not even a problem of just prioritizing graphics that happened. It was every facet was not made to integrate into each other. So it's like it was a prioritizing of quality in every facet without the ability to cohesively integrate those things into each other. And so, for instance, you had the same problems when it came to UI aspects, or when it came to like almost every facet of the game. And there's lots of documentation on this by Yoshi P, and it's fascinating, and I highly recommend it. If you want the abbreviated version, you can always watch the No Clip documentary. But Yoshi P has effectively written a book on this at this point. These multiple. Was it in Famitsu? I forget what it was in, but he had for a long time, he had like an article that he would write about a lot of different stuff to do with game design or the failures of 1.0. And it is, don't get me wrong, it is absolutely about the graphics, but it's more than that. It's that an MMO is something that lives, and therefore it's not a product to be made and finished. Ergo, you have to think about not only what you're making in the present, but how that affects how you will make what comes next. It's interesting. Super, super interesting topic of conversation. That's when how her dad died, pivotal moment in the story. Yeah, super important. And like, that's the problem that like, I wish that they would remake all of the 1.0 cutscenes as like a mini hour-long or 2-hour-long movie. I mean, even if they just did it in engine or something, just so that people know the story of it, because so many, like, they do a damn good job of trying to fill in the gaps. But having that context for 1.0 in a lot of spaces ends up making a lot of story moments a lot more resonant. Thank you for playing that video. I appreciate the sharing of it. Absolutely. Yeah, anytime the 1.0 videos I have are relevant, I'll try to bring them up. I should have played some of them before we did Binding Coils. Although I guess all the relevant parts of Binding Coils I already did put up in the Binding Coil synopsis video, so that's already covered, really. On one hand, I would love for the game to have that kind of animation now, but also I know so much else in the game would suffer for it. Yeah, like the thing is that in order to do that, you're then asking for patches that take 6 months each. And even then, it may not even be like reasonable because of all the other aspects, because of now the amount of cutscenes that are in things. But yeah, no, and you know that. I'm just for the... yeah, thanks for sharing. I always forgot to go back to look at the 1.0 stuff. Yeah, yes, thank you for showing the video. I never knew. Yeah, I'm glad that... Awesome, because if there's one thing I can be thankful for, it is the idea of providing further context for everybody else. I agree, we should get a really big Echo flashback for those of us who never played 1.0. It'd be really cool. You know what, I've been talking about this a little bit elsewhere, but one thing I would really think would be awesome, I think I brought this up with Naniri, was the idea that imagine the Battle of Cartenow as an ultimate. Once they catch up on because at the pace they're going, they could finish the ultimates before they could catch up on the ultimates. And what I'd love the historical moments as ultimates, because you can think about the bard singing about it. So imagine like the Battle of Cartenow as an ultimate fight, or you know, or you know, even just like a trial series, or a dungeon series. Imagine one of the new like variant dungeon series as going through the events of 1.0, or you know. Hell, I mean, Alliance Raid might be a bit grand, but the point being, that would be a really cool idea. Anything to make it integrate more into the game at hand. And hell, I would even take, you know, as much as I really fucking hate to have to be like, oh, yeah, just go watch this 2-hour movie. Like a 2-hour movie, like a 2-hour animated movie I'd be super down for. Just anything to make that knowledge not lost, because at this point it is effectively lost if you weren't there, unless you read about it or engage with, you know, some of the things you can find. Should have played the last Hildy one. Oh, the last Hildy one. Oh, actually, that's a good point. Well, we still have a lot of Hildebrand to go, so maybe I'll pull that back up for next time. Do I have the Hildy one saved? I do. I have all of 1.0 Hildebrand saved. So next time we do Hildebrand, I'll play that. Gotta find the right time to play Hildebrand, because it can't. Once we get to 2.55, we probably have to do it before 2.55.
Aubrey, I got back to look at the older previous versions. They helped me understand the story NPC history change. Yeah. They use that scenario again. Father dies protecting his daughter. I mean, it's a classic idea, right? I mean, honestly, the parents protecting the child. Yes, could do it like the Caravans of Time in WoW. Yeah. I don't like how the Caravans of Time are done, but in a much more specific scope than that, because Caravans of Time would be really bad for 14 to include that kind of bullshit. But yes, since the Echo is uncontrollable and is triggered, well, okay, so Dez, I would argue that, again, we talked about this a little bit. People keep saying that the Echo is uncontrollable, and while we may not have finite control over it, it is demonstrated to us explicitly in the story that it is controllable given certain contexts. So I would not call the Echo emphatically uncontrollable, and it's triggered by strong memories. And it's not even just strong memories. It can be triggered by weak memories, but as long as you can pull on the ethereal currents of memory. Would it be possible to accidentally see something embarrassing like Alfino ripping one in front of his classes? Yeah, I mean, yes, the limitations of the Echo are not, they're very nuanced, and the game would probably never go that far, and it is also potentially, arguably likely even, that when it comes to us on the source, we do not have a meaningful measure of control on it. I only just think it's worth noting that saying that the Echo is fully uncontrollable or only associated with strong memories is pretty emphatically disproven by the text of the MSQ as it goes along. Well, yeah. Oh, 1.0 Hildy, nice. Yes. Hey, lady, good to see you. Glad to have you. Yes, of course, we could use flashbacks within the game. Yeah. Well, I mean, the Echo is flashbacks effect, you know. The last Hildy one shows how he was shot up in Dalamud. Eorzean is there. Oh, good. Well, you know what? Why don't we... Well, I don't have them sorted, so we'll have to do that later. Right now, they're sorted by name, but not order. I'll do that after this. Ah, you've arrived. So let us see if Master Gegeruju can shine any light onto the rumors regarding Flamine. What did I have for Gegeruju's accent?
Oh, sweet siren of the sand, my Mikote muse, why must you forsake me? Titan's bane! I mean, Elio, what brings you here to my humble resort? To me? You mean to tell me the goddess made flesh who dwelt among us until so recently was the songstress of Ul'dah? Egads, man! If I had known that, I would have changed her to my bedpost and never let her leave.
Okay.
Thank you, Ray Ray. Who's Gegeruju? This is Gegeruju. He is basically a wealthy member of... He's a wealthy member of Ul'dah who also owns Coast of the Soul. Gegeruju is one of the old groups of heroes. Is that even true? Is he from the Company of Heroes? Because if not, I need to know that. I need to make sure I make a note of that. Because I know he works with the Company of Heroes for his protecting him, but I don't, or at least with Whiskat. But I have no recollection of him actually being a member of the Company of Heroes. Yeah. Also, please be careful with corrections if you cannot cite a source. That's not aimed at anyone specific. Just generally, this is true of me, this is true of everyone. If you are going to correct someone, you must have a primary text source to do so. Otherwise, please do not. Hi, how are we? Are we quests going so far? They're going good! They're going good, lady. It seems as if the Echo pops up when the giant crystal wants us to know something important. Yes, that is definitely true. Could have done that, anyway. Gege, yeah. He owns Coast of the Soul. Gegeruju's terrified of his fan ladies and dancing girls, and I, for one, respect the hell out of them for scaring a rich guy into paying them. Maybe he just has us to do stuff with them. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, I think he sponsored the Company of Heroes. Yeah, you think one of the Company of Heroes just works for him. Yeah, Whiskat works for him. Oh, from the old Company of Heroes, and he owns Coast of the Soul. Yeah, so I don't think Gegeruju was part of the Company of Heroes ever. I don't remember any textual sources referring to that. I just know that Whiskat works for him. Oh, for shame. To think that she now piles her trade for riffraff off to the west, or whatever she said she was going. It's a tragedy, I say. A tragedy. Also, Henry, good to see you. Glad to have you.
West, is it? Thank you, Master Gegeruju. Your information will serve us well. That said, there are many number of places she could be. I shall begin my search by the docks and see if any witness might have some knowledge to spare. I would be most appreciative if you could travel on to Wineport and do the same.
Hey, back to Wineport. Oh, from the Oka. Oh, okay. He funds a hero. Interesting. Yeah, Whiscat. This guy right here. If you remember a couple, probably like 10 streams back, we came to do a bunch of quests here, right? And one of the things was we met Whiscat, as well as a bunch of the other old members of the Company of Heroes, like Brayflox. Or the leader of the U tribe. I'm forgetting his name off the top of my head. I should know this. U tribe members. I don't, and I'm now... I wish I was better at names, guys. I wish I was better at names. I really do struggle with them. They are led by... Uod. U-O-D-H. Uod Noon. Uod Noon? Yes, Demins. That is correct. I feel the struggles with name too. Yeah. You have earned your title, Titan's Bane. I pray did not come at too great a cost. Actually, he's a sea wolf. I probably should have given him an accent. I'm amazed I got that right, honestly. I mean, good on you. I can remember which tribe people belong to very easily, but I have a really hard time remembering a lot of people's, the like second part of their tribal names. Like I could, is it Miraz? Like Monago's father, isn't that Miraz Noon? Anyone want to check me on that? To be fair, there are a lot of characters in this game, so forgetting the names of more obscure NPCs seems only natural. It's true. Like I don't like, I'm not gonna browbeat myself over it. At the same time though, especially wanting to be able to answer people's questions, help people out, or, you know, create videos, I wish it was easier to, once I learn a piece of knowledge, have it locked rather than have to relearn more than once. Raznoon, yep. Well, hey, at least I got one. I'll take that. Oh, nope, no. You're not who I wanted to. Well, if it isn't... well, if it isn't Elio, the savior of Wineport, so what do we owe you the pleasure? Ah, yes, we did receive a customer matching that description. She was a delight to behold. To give that woman her due, but her perfume was so ghastly, I had no choice but to eject her from the premise, interfering with tastings, you understand. If she is your quarry, why not consult your blind associate? His olfactory perception is without peer. Given that I could smell the woman from a mile away, I dare say he could smell her from 10. I'd almost completely forgot about the Company of Heroes. Yeah, well, one of the reasons that's nice to know about them, especially, is that they come back up in the role quests for the Limson role quests for Endwalker. They're also important for understanding the history of how primals were fought off before the intercession of the Scions, effectively. Which was to throw bodies at the problem. But remember, our Warrior of Light somehow remembers everyone, even the no-name background NPCs that later get a name. I mean, look, their disposition is the Traveler. And also, I would argue, okay, I would say that our Warrior of Light doesn't remember everyone. And my argument being that there are multiple points where you're given a dialogue option to answer, you know, something like, Graha who? Or, you know, like, gay what? Like you can have options to make your Warrior of Light definitely forget people. Throw bodies at it till they go away. I mean, literally, this primary strategy for defeating primals before like the Echo was in any way plentiful or common, or, you know, basically the advent of the Scions. So like most of the Sixth Astral era and before, was effectively, okay, we've got 500 people. We're gonna send the first 100 in. They're gonna go attack. Most of them are gonna get tempered, but most of them are gonna get killed and weaken the primal bit. Second force, you're gonna have to deal with the primal people and the weakened the tempered people and the weakened primal. But don't worry, only most of you are going to die. Those of you who survive will join the third force and definitely die, but you'll live longer than the other members of the second force. Now at that point, about half of you are tempered, but the primal's just about out. Now we send everybody else in and hopefully we kill it. That is how they dealt with primals. According to Koji anyways, that is effectively the lore of how during the 6th Astral Era they dealt with primals. Oh, it's that quest. Yes. Power not always. Sometimes you got the option to say, who the hell are you? Yeah, exactly right, yeah. I vaguely recall Flamine part of the MSQ being like 10 quests of busy work before the rework, and I wanted to throw that cat to a Morble. The best day will be when the no-name NPC guard at the Gridanian Aetheryte gets a name. Yeah.
Let's try this. Eh? You want to know what I've seen? I've seen a Makote lass by the name of Flamine. I haven't seen a lass of any description for far too bloody long.
Thank you, Tethys. We have a TFC on Crystal Curl and a Euro TFC on Chaos Phantom. DM a mod in Discord for details and invites. Brotherhood, good to see you, glad to have you. Wait, why not just send everyone then instead of groups to scout abilities? Because imagine that everyone gets tempered and you have no one left. Because remember that primals can temper in waves. So like, it's not they have to temper one person and another person. They can just be like blue flame or like just like boom. So it's effectively trying to, I listed the Hildy above. I think you missed it. Oh, I listed the Hildy above? Hildy video is prophecy inspection, but be aware it's 12 minutes long. Cool, thank you, Ray Ray. I'm making a note of that, and I'm gonna, because it's that length, I'm gonna save it for when we do Hildebrand. It'll be our opening while we wait for people. Thanks though, Ray Ray. So the go-to strategy for dealing with primals before we came along was World War II era Red Army. You're not wrong. In their defense, they didn't have a better option. Like, your only other option was, well, I guess we just move and run away from the like move all of our city and civilization and run away from the primal. Like, as we see with Lakshmi's later on, right? We know for a fact that, oh, Shamani. Oh, speaking of members of the Company of Heroes, Shamani Lamani. I believe Shamani was deep.
I see you had many grand adventures since last we spoke, Elio. You must share them with me sometime. The girl from a little while ago? One does not forget a perfume like that. So robust and intoxicating, yet simultaneously familiar. Reminiscent of a bloom native to these parts, in fact. I said as much when we spoke. She complimented my powers of observation and asked me where she might find some of the flowers. So I told her to follow the road south into Raincatcher's Gully, and then head east after crossing the second bridge. The flowers, which grow in the shade of the cliff, have the strongest scent, you see. If you make haste, you may find her yet. Because if you send everyone in, they get temper all at once, yeah. So were there no people around at all who could withstand tempering prior to the Warrior of Light appearing? No, people had the Echo. We know that the Echo appears throughout history. It may just be that Hydaelyn had not awakened as many people to the Echo, using the Star Shower. Or there could be a lot of reasons. It could be just that those that did have the Echo were not particularly as strong as the Warrior of Light. So even though they might resist tempering, it doesn't mean that they wouldn't get got by some other, like by the primal just kicking their ass. You know. Extremely Patrick Star voice. We just pick up Limsa and we just pick up Limsa and we move it somewhere else. That was not a good Patrick, but I'll go with it. Damn, balls of steel on these ladies and men from Eorzea forces. Now I'm wondering if, similar to the Red Army of World War I trenches, they have an officer who kills anyone retreating. They probably haven't. I think, I may be just speculating on this part, but effectively you would have to have some officers who were killing anybody who was tempered and trying to get out. The primals also weren't super common until the recent era. It's true. Garly and Zacian started provoking the tribal groups. It's true. Though that said, they also were existent on 2 other eras. But that is a really good point, Henry. That is worth noting, is that when I say the 6th Astral Era, what I really mean is the effectively, not even really, but effectively the last 50 years, but really the last 20. The last 20 to 30. Flower Cat Mommy. I know, I love Flamine so much. There's a reason that I keep using Flamine in a bunch of my videos whenever I can help it, because I think most people don't know how great of a character she is, and or like how also the loveliness of the story of her in the background. It's one of those stories that's easy to not see. At least their methods were better than the Garleans. Drop a moon on them. It's true. Now, bear in mind that Flamine is in her mid-30s at this point. I'd also like to point out that she goes from this, like, you know, like, dancing, seductress, and, like, outfits like that to, like, the, like, very, like, mommy energy, like, very covered up look. Right, Minfilia would stand no chance against Ifrit normal. Right, yeah, Power, that's a great example. Well, yeah, solo she'd be fucked. Makes sense, even if they were gifted with the Echo, they weren't necessarily combat ready enough to fight in the first place. And even if they were skilled, you're still fighting a giant monster. I mean, how many of you, even if you're skilled, are gonna do well against a dragon? And effectively, a primal who can't temper you is still an elemental, magic-weaving, nightmare-spewing monster entity. Oh, hello, Gubu. Oh, that's a nice touch. Oh, that's a nice touch. That they frickin' made it a Gubu that... Now you all understand why that's a nice touch. She's cute as hell, and now I'm also rediscovering it with my aura. I like my mommy energy care in the game. Fight me. No, I think that's perfectly fine. Ooh, let me try. Ooh.
I am in your debt, stranger. I did not realize my activities had aroused the Gubu's ire until it was too late. Their oils can be used to make perfumes, you see, and Flamine, I don't... Who are you? Whom do you serve?
Oh, this is gonna be interesting to switch between.
It appears you've already found our woman. Consider me impressed, my friend. The songstress of Ul'dah, I presume? Minfilia, or should I say, Acilia, is looking for you.
Acilia?
You are very picture of health, milady, yet the world thinks you dead. I can only include that this was by design. The question is, why?
Not everyone who endeavors to find me does so with the best of intentions, child. Oop. You will be pleased to know that I am fully intend to reveal myself to Minfilia when the time is right.
Oh, well, that does please me, more than you may know. But tell me, sojourns in the forest of Lenosia aside, what exactly will be the right time? When I
deem it so, did you imagine I traveled all this way on a whim? Alas, I was telling you your associate prior to your intrusion. I came here to harvest these flowers for use in perfume. Does that satisfy your curiosity, or would you interrogate me further?
My apologies for your interruptions. Anyway, now that we have all that we came for, might we continue this conversation in a safer locale? Wineport, say.
Dude, I love Flamine. I mean, I'm down the street from a fighter jets, and Gate taught me how that works with dragons, so I'm like odds. So I like my odds, but point taken. Okay, Isa. Neither Minfilia nor Kryl are not combatants, even though they have the Echo. Well, Kryl does have some combat ability, but yeah, she's primarily a healer. And also, Minfilia can hold her own, but because you only ever see her up against entities like a Garlean surprise attack, a Ascian, or a Primal, effectively you never get to see her actually give a shit. So like, I think you're fair. I think to your point though, you're probably right. She doesn't have much in the way of combat ability, but she is strong. She is like physically capable and also magically gifted. I would totally destroy the giant monster that was vulnerable to human urine as I pissed my pants. I adore Flamine every time we get to see her. Yep. And if you haven't, there's a bunch of side quests with her that unlock, especially onto Heaven's Word and Stormblood and Shadowbringers, and I highly recommend you play them. She appears in every expansion. She's part of quests in every single expansion because she's in Shadowbringers as part of like a post-Shadowbringers wrap-up quest to deal with certain events that happen with that. She's in the Dancer quest. She's in Stormblood Alchemist quests. There's a bunch of stuff with her. Waffle, good to see you. Glad to have you. Depends. Does Monster Hunter training count? A single person can take on a monster single-handedly all the time. This man is rocking the full trailer guy set, and I love it. Yeah, oh yeah, we're going all the way. When we get to Heaven's Word, we're going full Dragoon, and then when we go on, we're going full. We're in Girabani, we're doing Monk, and then when we come back with Samurai, we get to Kugane, it's Samurai time, baby. We going all the way. Sadly, there will be no healers. That said, it's going to be really interesting playing DPS for some of the content because I never... Like, I level DPS, but I never play DPS. I tank maining all the time. It's going to be hard to let it go. Amber, good to see you. Glad to have you. My PC crashed right in the middle of the fight in Eureka, so I'm looking forward to the XP loss. Oh, well, Demins, if you can get a res, you'll be okay. I'm shocked Ray totally shocked. Yeah, that Ray has an ult. I'd argue that Minfilia is competent in battle. Unfortunately, a lot was off screen, so you know that we're referring to. Yeah. The problem with is that Minfilia is put in very few situations in which anyone would shine. We'll keep the stream on for algorithm though. Thanks, Power. She also hangs out in Mordona, so you can see her most of it anytime. Yeah, yes, that is also true about Flamine. She's like Tien, stronger than your average person, but never stronger than her opponent. That's a fair way of putting it, Ramsdale. Going to listen while I do Pals of the Dead. Nice, thanks, Amber. Hell yeah, dedication, baby. AJ, good to see you. Glad to have you. And yes, no healers. For now. Maybe 7.0. I think 7.0 is going to be a caster. I don't think it's going to be a healer. But who knows? Maybe it'll be. Maybe it will be. Sam time. Well, we got Sam time's not for a little time. But that said, yeah. At least 3 of the 4 tanks I'm going to get to play as those. And also for my 2 favorite expansions, I'm going to get to play as a tank. So that works well. Do a super chat. Make Elio say weird shit in a silly voice, or potentially strip if you're into that. I don't know. Whatever works. I'll do anything for money, he said in a funny voice. It also makes Deadpool happy. Speaking of Deadpool! Come here, bud. Actually, there's a door open. Come here, bud. I think 7.0 is going to be whatever the new caster is. I think if there's going to be a new caster, I think 7.0 is whatever the new caster is. Come here, bud. Oh. Hi. You went down? No, you good? You're actually relaxing, okay. You went down? Okay. Oh, good job. Good job. Couldn't Flamine have been a good dancer? I mean, yes. The game emphatically has an answer on that. I feel the same. I'm a Sage main. I get lost when I have to use DPS free company mates. Yeah, like I can play a couple of DPS pretty competently, but I don't love it and I'm not great at it. I play a lot of Sage. I do play a lot of Sage, but I don't, so I can play healers, but I'm a tank man, baby. I tank all day, every day. Couldn't Flamine have been a good dancer? I feel the same. 7.0 Red Mage and Massive Jrune. Look, 7.0 Red Mage, like, sure, like, what's the context for why it's the poster child, you know? Like, Paladin, you're the bastion, the stalwart of light standing against the tide of darkness. Shadowbringers, you're bringing the dark. Samurai, for, you know, to do Kugane. Monk, because of Alamigo. Heaven's Word, Dragoon. Warrior is kind of, like, quintessential. So, like, 7.0 to me has to be connected to whatever 7.0 is about. And in my mind, that means that you want to make it whatever it's about. If you go with my prevailing personal hypotheses that it's likely to be terrestrial, that leaves New World or Mericidia primarily. If we go with one of those options, with the New World, it would be whatever a new class that's associated with the New World is, or maybe something like the Machinist to do a sort of cowboy thing. Or you could do whatever, if there's a new job, whatever's associated with Mericidia. Alternatively, if you want to make people really aggro, because for some reason this idea makes people aggro, it could be Geomancer, because it could be associated with Hingashi and or Mericidia. Also, Mericidia potentially could have something like a Geomancer, or Geomancer adjacent. But I think that there's no question we get a caster. There are questions. That's not fair. I think it likely we get a caster next expansion. For a lot of, I think, fair reasons, especially with the cadence of what we've got. And it makes sense then to make that this new job the poster child, especially also because only old jobs have been the poster child since Stormblood. Healing as nerds, I say while playing Scholar. Yeah, I love healing. Oh, lady, thank you. DP is a great boy. It takes a lot from the owner. Oh, thank you. Thank you for him and thank you for me. Are you scrounging, bud? I'm sorry, I don't have any treats on me. Guys, do you want me to give him a treat? I'd have to go upstairs. I'm gonna read your guys' stuff first. I need to be 7.0 to be red mage now. The only stripping I can imagine goblins doing is stripping down machines for parts. That's good, AC. I didn't know. Also, AC, good to see you. Glad to have you. I don't know what I did, but now I do. Best boy. I want a new range GPS. And I wanted to be blitzball so badly. Waffle, I'd be super down for that. I don't know how likely it is, but you could also find a way that where you could totally justify or think about the, something like blitzball existing in the New World or Mericidia, and the reason that we don't have it here in Eorzea or the 3 great continents because it only exists there. But once we go there, it then becomes adapted and brought into the culture of you know, or like that. That's why it gets brought in. We've seen that happen multiple times. Everyone's excited over Deadpool, blitzball mage. I mean, but a blitz. I don't think you do blitzball mage because I think you have a ranged weapons already there. You make it slot oriented. You take a lot of the ideas from Waka and other ranged combatants that have existed throughout the Final Fantasy games that haven't been used elsewhere. Because I'm fucking cool, leave your summon and shit out of this. I guess Summoner would also make a lot of sense for Mericidia. Summoner would make a ton of sense for me. I can't play everything, but I can play everything but Black Mage. I like Black Mage. Black Mage I like because it has a high skill ceiling. Imagine if 14 makes a version of Waka as a blitzball job teacher. If they make it range GPS, I would Titus laugh at the idea. I think AC's trolling me. He knows. Reaper or Black Mage. So the thing, Reaper just got added. So to me, Reaper doesn't make sense because you've just, I mean, I would wait an expansion. It also was a premier job for one of the primary characters of Endwalker. And so, like, it's already had a do. I don't think it's impossible because you could imagine things. Reaper would make a type of sense also for Mericidia because Void Scent and the lingering impact of Void Scent upon Mericidia. It's like, it's not that there are rationalizations for it. I would just think they'd want to give something its due that had not had it recently or yet. That's just my imagination. As for Black Mage, it could. I just don't, like, why? You know, other than just, like, because it's a caster and we haven't had a caster, why Black Mage over another option? Because to me, you want the poster child to be representative of something, right? It needs to represent, it needs to be a cool imagery, but it also has to be tied to what this expansion is about. Geo incoming. So you're saying Blue Mage poster child. God damn it, Tattle. No, I specifically did not say that. Good to see you. Glad to have you. I want Geo. No, I want Geo to make people who don't want it annoyed. I don't want to annoy people who don't want Geo. It's just that it's really weird to me when people, like, some arguments against Geo, I'm super, like, I totally get it and I'm with you. Some of them are just wild and, like, not, and just, like, stated as factually true when they aren't, which is weird. Give treat. Okay, buddy, Deadpool, everyone wants to give you a treat. Can you come up? Come up. You gotta get up. There you go. Right. Oh. Oh. It's okay. Okay. Buddy. Are you the streamer now? Huh? Do you want to play? You want to? Oh, you ready to get down? You don't like how it spins? There you go. Here you go. Yep. Spin? No. Just spin. Jump. You come here. 1, 2, 3. Hold. Good job. Sit. You lay down. Roll over. Sit. Lay down. Roll over. Sit. Lay down. There you go. You get a high five? Thank you. Let's get that camera back. Yeah. Okay, that'll be good. Okay, let's get back to you guys. People trying to figure out the pattern for post-boy class like Eorzean's trying to figure out what the next calamity element is. I mean, to be fair, though, like, you were able to rationalize it. We were able to figure it out once we figured out the polarities, although we don't know what would a ninth would have even theoretically been. I think I recall black mages are responsible for bringing through tons of voids into the normal world. No, well, no, not. So there's the Maki. So the Maki created the art of black mage, and all due to Shitoto, but also the Maki summoned Void Scent. So there is a connection and a parallel between Black Mage and Void Scent, but the art of black magic is not the art that is directly related to the summoning of Void Scent. Now, granted, to your point, there is a worthwhile notation of the fact that the Maki who have a correlation with Void Scent, ergo having Black Mage and Void Scent to some degree would be relevant. But that said, that is a specific branch of part of history rather than those two practices being necessarily tied to each other. But, granted, as evidence, I do think that is at least something. So good one on that, Waffle. Summoners bringing out Demi Bahamut and Mirror City and pissing off everyone. It's true. Reaper is also very niche practice because it's not so far spread and localized specifically Aldenar and Ilsabar due to the practice. Yeah, but so is Dark Knight. Like, that's not, like, Dark Knight's not necessarily a hugely wide done practice. Samurai is specifically niche to Kugane, but like we bring it out elsewhere. Paladin is exclusive to the Sultan Sworn, and I mean, there are free paladins, obviously, but so like I don't think the nicheness of it in any way precludes it from being a poster child. Sarah, good to see you. Glad to have you. Oh, it's his stream now. Yes, Deadpool's a very good boy. I just found mold in my jelly while making a sandwich. Should I dump it? Yes! Yes! Today we played chase cars. Very cute, Jellybean. Very cute. What you huffing about? Huh? Ray, depends on what it tastes like. Paladin should be called Holy Knight, fight me. No, should be called Paladin, because Holy Knight has the same connotation, but Paladin is far more interesting with also a specific reference to antiquity that is far more interesting when you think about the way in which Sildi and Ul'dah split from Beladia, and the fact that it is a reference to a point in the 6th Astral Era that is hundreds of years ago ties it in spirit a lot more to our conceptualization of Paladin in history than it would be to make Holy Knight. Also, it's not a Holy Knight. It isn't as the stalwart bastion. It is not just a it is not the knight of some religion. It is a knight of defense. It is a knight. It combines that idea of antiquity with the modern conceptualization of the paladin as stalwart bastion. Right now, like there's still the D&D idea, obviously, that does tie it to the religious, but at the same time, it is this idea of the thing that holds the line against the shadow, against the dark, and that's part of the point. So to me, I would very much say that no, I think Holy Knight's less poetic, less specific, and a worse name in multiple ways. Luckily, I found no mold in the jelly I already spread. Your choices are your choices, Daisy. DP on being silly. He's a good boy, but he's just now rubbing his face all over the carpet. Yeah, AC, if you can see mold and the rest is filled with mold you can't see. Yes, Chris is correct. So who came up with the title for the stream? Because I love it. I did. And because every time I hear Good King Magomag, all I can hear is This Is Halloween. It's the only thing I can hear. I think every time, other than like the first 4, which I think we had an audience submission for later on, retroactively, I've come up with, I think, all the names. Yeah, follow Tethys. Tethys is right. Paladin is the same name origin as the name Palace. Ah, well, there you go. And Sultana's Palace is even more like that's it. I think he furthers even more. Eglitane, good to see you. Glad to have you. I hope you're having a good stream so far. Yeah, so far so good. Paladin is basically the Palace Guard, but it got tied to religion because of the popes. Yeah. So Henry further tripling down on the historical ties to it and why I think Paladin is far better as a title than Holy Knight. I think Holy Knight is, yeah. And the thing is that your spells, like I realize that your spells are magical and white magical and like have that air of holy, but it's not like they're like, it's not like spells of the 12 or anything. Same, but it wasn't inspired by This Is Halloween song anyway. Wasn't it inspired by? Yes, inspired. Yes. If Paladin were tied to Ishgard Holy Knight, would it make sense? I mean, sure, but then it would be a completely different thing. Like if Dragoon was tied to Ul'dah, you could call it Desert Lancer, right? Like you could call it like if you change the context of a thing, yeah, you should probably change its name. But yeah, I do agree with your point though, Professor. I do.
This is not at all how I envisioned it. I can scarce begin to imagine what emotions will go through Amphilia's heart when she reunites with her mother after all these years.
You say my daughter awaits us in Vesper Bay, yes? I have kept her waiting long enough. Let us be off on the next ferry. I can finish fashioning the perfume along the way.
Understood. Come with me. It would be my pleasure to escort you to the Waking Sands.
Actually, if I recall, didn't Issa explain to us the arrangement was inspired? The actual Moogle theme was already pretty wonky already, though. Yeah, I was about to say, Issa, was it you explained something about the chronology of that, where technically the version of the song, the original version of the song, actually came about from wouldn't have been the 80s, pre Nightmare Before Christmas, because of it was in an earlier Final Fantasy game. Am I wrong about that? I feel like someone was talking about that. Oof, Dragoon being an Ul'dah would be so weird. Yeah, I mean, it would. The point just being that, like, if you change something's context, yeah, you should probably change its name. Thanks, Tethys. We have just opened up a merch store, and you can find it at www.redbubble.com, which is great for if you like stickers and magnets of our emotes, which I have a lot coming on the way. How they never got sued by Disney, I don't know. Partially maybe the fact that they have a good working relationship with them because of something like Kingdom Hearts, maybe. Probably they don't want the fallout. I mean, Disney wouldn't care. The Guardian have Temple Knights, so... Yeah, but the Temple Knights, their practices are not rooted in magic so much. Like, they use basic cure spells, I believe, but they yeah. Well, the refrain is the same melody. Yeah. Yeah, that was you, Issa, okay. Hey, Gemini, good to see you, glad to have you. Hey, I just got finished watching your Flow and Close in the Distance videos, and they were absolutely amazing. Thank you for quality content and nearly making me cry. Oh, Gemini, I'm so glad you enjoyed it. I thank you so much, and I hope that you continue either to enjoy any of the other stuff that we put out, or at least find it useful. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Good to see you, glad to have you. But yeah, so lady, it's not just you. It's, yeah. Flanuist? I think the first instance of Moogle theme was from FF5. FF5 would be what? That's SNES era. So sometime in the early 90s. Probably, right? I might be wrong about that. Music is hard to claim copyright when it's not direct copy. Yeah. It is different enough.
Antecedent, you have a guest.
Oh.
Lamine?
Oh, another example of a conversation we were having. Minfilia calls Flamine Lamine, right? She drops the tribal letter. So that's another example of trying to explain like the familiarity of it, right? Is that it is a special sign. Like, yes, in theory, anyone can drop the letter. You can just say it, but it's like, it's a closeness thing, but it's about also a perceived closeness thing on multiple levels. So for instance, very few people, I think only Ymitra drops, like very few people drop the Y for Y'shtola. And that's partially also because of Y'shtola and her, how like she sees things, treats things, and feels about things compared to someone like, you know, like Graha, I'm sure doesn't give a crap at all that like Krile uses Raha, right?
Acilia.
$1992. Thanks, Issa. Oh. I swear to God, Ymitra drops the Y at least once. Am I crazy? I swear to God, Ymitra says Y'shtola at least once. I may be just wrong. Boy, I haven't seen her like this in years, Elio. Okay, Y'shtola calls you Mitra. I know that, okay.
I never truly believed when they told me you were dead, but what kept you away for so long?
The Imperials came for me as I always knew they would, and so I resolved to stay as far away from you as I could, lest the pursuit of me endanger you and our cause. I could think of no better way to grant you the freedom to continue our work. And to continue it you did, achieving things I would never have imagined possible. I followed your every success and celebrated in secret. I'm so proud of you, Asilia.
I learned from the best.
I have a gift for you.
Celestia perfume, you remembered. Oh my god.
How could I ever forget? You wore it all the time. If ever I lost sight of you, I could find you again just by following my nose.
I did not think it was made anymore. You must have gone to so much trouble.
It was no trouble to me, my darling. I fear I cannot say the same for Elio, however. I could not have made it without him.
Thank you, Elio. Thank you both.
There's something else.
This is the cat's eye I found all these years. Found. All these years you kept it. Oh. I didn't remember that she gave her back the cat's eye. If you've played the Shadowbringer's quest, you'll know why that hit so hard. I need a second for my emotions. Pour one out for the emotions. Oh, lady, I'm glad you like my monophilia voice. My father was a member of the Alamegan resistance. When I was yet a child, he brought me here to Ul'dah. The accident which claimed his life happened shortly after our arrival. It was Lamine who took care of me then. She raised me as her own, taught me everything I needed to know to survive. That's skipping some important details. I am no stranger to the facts of your history, yet I fear I have failed to grasp their implication. It is clear that there is much I do not know about you and your mother both. One of her first lessons to me concerned mining, and I was a very dedicated student. This cat's eye was the first stone I unearthed. It wasn't much, of course, but I was exceedingly proud to have found it nonetheless. So I gave it to Lamine as a gift. She said it was beautiful. But there I am at a loss. Why are you returning this to me? Is something amiss?
No, Asilia, nothing is amiss. Quite the opposite. I need you to realize how far you've come, and how much further you must still go. You and your allies have accomplished more than I could ever have hoped to. You have succeeded where I failed, and made me so proud. That words fail me. But even as I marvel at the woman you've become, and at all the many things you've done, I cannot help but think of that which you have yet to do, and of what it may entail. Asilia, daughter, you cannot stay here anymore. You and the Scions must leave Ul'dah.
Lamine.
You built it once, Asilia. You can build it again. And this time, we will do it together.
Truly?
Alfino, this time has come for the Scions to leave Vesper Bay. We shall establish a new... Okay, I just want to take a second for that. Your taste buds are not a metric to figure out mold or whether or not something is okay to eat. I can tell you that from personal experience. Also, no more bringing up topics about moldy food. Done. We shall establish a new headquarters in Revenant's Toll as you proposed. Much work lies ahead of us. Inform our fellow Scions and send word to the students of Baldesion. Preparations begin at once. Not dignifying that with a response, Brotherhood. I'm going to catch back up on chat in just a second here, as soon as we get out of this cutscene. Matoya drops the Y. Okay, thanks, Professor. I thought there were more people. That also is super Matoya energy. In terms of D&D class, I went Druid, though. Just can't have the conversation with Machocobo. Well, you know, it's interesting because the Echo allows you to understand one's soul, therefore you allows you to understand one creature. So it's interesting that we should in theory be able to understand our Chocobo. It's kind of implied that we do have a relationship with our Chocobo, even if we don't hear them speak. It's also kind of confusing because, like, sentient creatures that are non-spoken seem to have souls, yet also they only speak in the language of their, like, selves. And so it maybe just be that those that are non-spoken communicate through emotion, and so we read their emotions, and that is the language of their soul. Even Stola calls you Mitra. I think it'd be cool if after Miko PC had been with the Scions for a while and their name matches the Seeker's name and convention, the Scion would drop the tribal letter. Yeah, that's never gonna happen. Because wait. Actually, I think it'd be cool if after Miko PC had been with this player kid. So that's not gonna. So like that's. Remember that every time you do that, that's one more thing for them to account for in QA. And also, like, I don't know. Like, yes, that would be cool, but that's like a big pain in the... I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Lore and player side of me. Oh, that's cool. I'd love that. That'd be a nice little touch. Also, but the other downside of that is, well, it would kind of suck, you know, that you get a special thing for Mikote, but you don't for other races. Okay, saying that side to side. The developer side of me. Oh, fuck, please don't add more things that we have to make sure that we keep track of and have to QA and make sure that anytime we do text, it's set up to make sure that this one character is set that all of their dialogue will make sure not to drop this emote, drop this letter. Oh God, please no. Please don't make us do this. This is more effort than you think for the amount of reward it is. Those are the two sides of me. It's super possible. Demins, it is super possible. Don't get me wrong. It's just more work for a very, very small amount of reward. And even if that takes only one developer one day, that may not be worth it for the vast majority of players. Because remember, now you're talking only about the players who play Mikote. And also, you've also made a situation in which what happens if you personally choose to feel that your connection with the Scions is actually much more restricted and you don't let anyone drop your letter? Guess what? You've now just forcibly made it so that all of the other Scions, the narrative is telling you that the other Scions must view you this way. So like, it also is restrictive in that way. You think Graha would let the Warrior of Light drop the G as well? I think the thing is the Graha would. It's not a question of whether or not the Graha would, it's just whether or not the Warrior of Light does. You in your own brain can choose to say, like, my Warrior of Light does refer to Graha dropping the G. Because, I mean, like, you don't know. Other than, like, a couple of times when his name is said as a chat option. You know, maybe he is saying Raha most of the time. Maybe he's only saying Graha during these serious moments. I really don't know every nuance about such things. It's similar besides, but still not the same. But yes, I don't know much anyway and how things work between similar things. What? I really don't know every nuance about such things. It is similar besides, but still not the same. But yes, I don't know much anyway on how things work between similar things. My brain. Question, do I remember it wrong, but it was usually only allowed by close people and often not in a public setting? Or is the another So close people, yes. Public setting, I don't know if there's any textual information against public settings. But it's more about intimacy. And like, for instance, as the Discord has taken to calling me, the example I gave was, imagine that you just met me and you called me Ellie Belly, right? That'd be weird. But let's say you knew me a really long time and it was like a fun, joking nickname. Like you'd use it, or maybe you'd even use it in public. It wouldn't be that weird. It's context. It's contextual. God, this scene should be voice acted. So many of them should. Yashola seems like a nice person until you call her the wrong name or try to blame her for anything, then she shoots lasers out of her eyes. It's true. I believe Yamicha drops the Y a few times for Yashola. Thanks, Eglinton. Graha would squeal like a schoolgirl if the warrior light dropped the Gina's name. It's true. My theory is that Flamina is a spy and has been doing spy stuff. That's also possible. I like your monophilia voice. Thank you. Mama Spank, that was your only warning. I also pet my minions, though. Oh, I know it'll never happen, but a man can dream. A man can dream. It's true. I just love my Chocobo, especially after certain Shadowbringer's quest. Yeah. Yes. I'd also be confusing for many people who don't understand why the name changes. That's also a good point, Henry. That's definitely a fair point. Check to make sure that people have a lot lore-friendly names. Yeah. Yeah, oh, that's another thing. I didn't even think about. My brain just assumed that as a thing. But yeah, hey, Demint, you forgot about the part where not everyone has a lore-friendly name. So now also, what happens if your name is not in your brain a Mikote name, but you happen to have a letter and an apostrophe at the beginning of your name because that's how you like think of your character? Because that's just your character name that has no association with like conventions of Mikote naming. And also what happens when the tribal lore for a group is such that one tribal group dropping a letter name actually implies something very specific that we just don't know about yet. Yeah, there's yeah. I thought it was just a pet name thing until I understood the culture. Yeah, it's a nuanced thing. Why can't Chocobos be considered spoken? They know magic in some games. Well, first off, the question is not in some games. The question is this game. Chocobo can, let's say Chocobo speak in every other Final Fantasy. That is irrelevant to whether or how Chocobo are in this game. In this game, they are Beastkin or Cloudkin, depending on who you ask. And as for magic, the ability to naturally use magic is held by most Beastkin, Wavekin, like a bunch of Cloudkin, a bunch of creatures use magic. Like there's a like literally that's part of like the whole thing about what Blue Mage is doing is you're copying basically the etheric magics of natural etheric magics of beasts. So I would just say that like that has no bearing on whether or not something is spoken. And yeah, looking at Chocolina, yeah, well, one also Chocolina is a nightmare of its own thing, but that also has again no bearing on Final Fantasy XIV. Doesn't matter if literally Chocolina was the normal Chocobo idea for every Final Fantasy game. He absolutely would probably have his heart skip a beat at first time he heard it. Yeah, it's true for Graha. I was talking about the music. It's okay. Don't mind that. Okay, lady. We love you though, Ellie Belly. Oh god. Imagine if they had the same thing for Lalafels. Hey there, Ruse Supa. Yeah. Name goes from Milady, so now you get called Lady. Yeah, there you go. There you go, Henry. I thought of it. That's why I had the caveats. Yeah. Some Chocobo can speak in 14. If you're talking about Alpha is not a normal creature. So I don't know what you're talking about. If you're talking about Amuro are not Chocobo. So I'm not sure which ones you're specifically referring to. I demand a questline consistent only of being best bros with my Chocobro. That's understandable. Alpha is not a regular Chocobo. It is all well and good that we have found ourselves a new home in Revenant's Toll, but there is so much to be done and so little time. Our first steps will be to secure the cooperation of the Adventurers Guild representatives there. Were it not for the Guild's considerable efforts, the original Camp Revenant's Toll would have never been established, much less its more heavily fortified successor. No, it's not considered weird, Henry. It just takes time. It's a byproduct of existing for long stretches of time. The implication potentially be, and also is boosted and helped by being around other people, especially other spoken races. The implication there being that potentially they are accruing memory aether and other aspects of the ethereal signatures around them, and it is affecting their soul and disposition. Now that's speculative, but that's just one argument as to effectively the same way that something like a soul crystal works. If you imagine that effectively an Amuro, and it potentially could be seen as what amounts to an organic soul crystal in possessing abilities and memories over the full course of time. All the technically is a Chocobo biological abilities. No. Okay, so like, he has soul which can understand, so he doesn't talk. Sorry. I'll have the technical bio, but like also as a synthetic life form, he's like a very unique case. But yes, he also has a soul, which is a very important thing, and also a specific like a soul formed through a very specific event. So he doesn't talk about loud language. He says que, but we can read his soul through the echo, which is why we can understand his language. But like again, also his soul was. Alpha is a very weird situation. I would not ever use Alpha as any kind of reference point for normal Chocobo, regardless of what he may, like, he is the idea of a Chocobo created, but he isn't a Chocobo in a normal sense. So like, yes, but we're talking about Chocobo in the general sense of Beastkin. We are not talking about, here's this super special singular exception that is a really weird case that isn't, like, isn't of the natural world in multiple ways. However, with construction still ongoing and resources in short supply, it seems certain that the guild will require something in return for their support sympathetic to our cause, though they may be. Whatever they ask, I shall not begrudge it. To be plain, we need them more than they need us. Without their assistance, such essential tasks as securing new facilities, cultivating relationships with local merchants, and recruiting adventurers would prove difficult, if not impossible. You may not concern yourself with such matters, antecedent. Really, Alphino, if I need concern myself with anything, it surely matters such as these. Indirectly, perhaps, I submit that you may instead concern yourself with a different matter, namely to whom the resolution of such matters might best be entrusted. And here I am, nor do I come alone. May I present the esteemed emissary of the Adventurers Guild at Revenant's Toll. It is an honor, antecedent. Upon receiving word of your intention from Master Alphino, we thought it best to begin talks at the earliest available opportunities. Know that my associates at Revenant's Toll hold the science of the Seventh Dawn in their highest regards. We should be honored to welcome your organization. There you are, of course. Certain provisions which must needs be negotiated if it please you. I would do so. It does. Sir, unless I am much mistaken, you are the one known as Elio, are you not? May I say what a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance. Slathborn spoke of you in the most glowing terms. To steal an Imperial Reaper and then use it to infiltrate a Garlean castrum is an undertaking few would contemplate, and fewer still survive. You shall always be welcome at Revenant's Toll. We hope you will favor us with your presence again ere long. Fat Chocobo is already a mount, and Chocobo as a primal doesn't make sense because, like, Chocobos wouldn't be able to summon. That said, they could find a way to justify it if they wanted to. Not really justifying Chocobo summoning one, but some kind of way of just. Well, it would seem your reputation precedes you, Elio. Mayhap I should dispatch you to Revenant's Toll with all haste, as first intended. But before that, I dare say you have earned yourself a rest. After all, you have traveled so far, and in the end, it didn't even matter. And there really is already so much you have done for us, and for me. We will speak again anon. Till then, take care. Alpha is unironically one of the favorite characters in the game. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Alpha technically is, I like to think that Warrior of Light and Chocobo communicate without words because they're best buds. I think there are textual reasons to support that, Eglinton. I think there are textual reasons to support that hypothesis. When science gets slapped around by godlike being, get up and fight you with fooled, my Chocobo gets tapped by low-level mook. I will unleash an umbral calamity upon this squirrel. Elio, were you able to get some rest? I would ask you come with me to the Solar. Alphino has just returned, and it would seem there is something he would share with us. He's a Chocobo nut, yeah. We need the Chocobo summon. I noticed Alpha can do onomatopoeias like regular folk. Yeah, he's interesting. Fat Chocobo, the primal. Hide your cakes, everyone. I feel like the red Chocobo Boja fills the primal slot. That thing is scary as hell. Demins, I was gonna make that joke if no one else did. I agree. You're here. Good, I come bearing news. The negotiations are concluded, and our friends at the Adventurers Guild have agreed to furnish us with new facilities and materials support in exchange for our assistance in the ongoing defense and development of Revenant's Toll. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn shall have a new home in Mordona, the Rising Stones. Oh, hurrah! A bittersweet victory, if truth be told.
I cannot deny that I have come to look forward to Tataru's tales of our many guests and their many, many demands. From the waking sands to the rising stones, passably poetic. That was your doing, was it? Eorzean looking guilty. I too have news to share. In expectations of this momentous day, I personally informed the Alliance leaders of our plans, and they have each pledged their full support, General Ralban included. Moreover, I have decided that the time is right for us to cast off the vestiges of our Order's veil of secrecy and announce ourselves to the world. And nothing could go wrong! Are you sure that is wise, Antecedent? If anything, it is a mere formality. Our existence is quite possibly the worst kept secret in Eorzea. That's true. Let us affirm our identity, proclaim our achievements, that all may know what the science of the Seventh Dawn stand for.
Well, obvious risk apart, it would be nice to receive a little more recognition. And the people have the right to know who saved them.
It is my hope that this gesture will encourage the people of Eorzea to place their trust in us. I would reveal to them the true extent of our power. Yes, but in doing so, I would show them that it is a power accountable to no one and at once to all. And what of us? We who felled primals and faced down the Empire. To you, my fellow scions, I would say this. Prepare for the challenges which lie ahead, for they will be great indeed.
I still can't get over the fact that the first real trial of the game is fucking King Moogleween.
Great. I say yet no greater than us, and we will rise to them as we have time and time again, united as one.
The hoary boulder is my favorite. God, I'm so excited to point out the Aenor Cockburn stuff with hoary boulder as we go along. It's gonna be so fun. And Clements.
There must be some way I can... Wait, that area is said to be rich in minerals. Maybe I should ask Flamine to teach me the basics of mining, too.
Quackers! Okay, I'm gonna catch up and check quick. This is now a Chocobo lore stream. Look, I have a Chocobo lore video. Imagine if there's a secret group of hidden Chocobos in the Far East that found enlightenment and live high in the mountains. I mean, that could be a thing in Ilsabard. I mean, there would be weird, I guess, for... I mean, other than the Skade Mountain Range or part of the Crescent, but even those would be weird. You know where I would... Excuse me. You know where I would put that? I would put that in the central Ilsabardian mountain range. I think that would make the most sense. Yeah, it's not a joke. Yeah, ranking your companion Chocobo to level 20 shows true friendship. It's true. Thank you, Tethys. What is the naming convention behind their headquarters? A proper elemental noun and an adverb? I don't know that there is one. I think just like there's a poetry to it. I could look at the kanji and see if there's maybe something going on in the Japanese that's not present in the English. Yeah, verbing plural nouns, yeah. Verbing plural nouns, yeah. Okay. Nothing could go wrong, famous last words. I knew you'd get it eventually, Des. I'm proud of you.
Do you ever wonder how he does it? Alfino, I mean. It was almost predictable that he should appear with an emissary of the Adventurers Guild, mere moments after I'd expressed the need to forge ties between our organizations. Truly, his sense of timing rivals even your own. Setting such mysteries aside for the present, I have a task for you. I would like you to deliver these documents to Slathborn. They concern our forthcoming move. Do take care of the road and represent us well, Elio. Ah, the truest of trials, making sure that you represent the Scions without looking like a dipshit.
If Hoary Boulder ever gets a son, would that make him the son of Hor or Horfrost or... I'm pretty sure that would make him Horson. No. Well, so he's a Hellsguard. So it's not the same naming conventions as the Seawolves. If he had a child with a Seawolf and they went by with... Oh, hey, there's Logan. And went by with naming conventions that matched them, I guess... I mean, you just kind of wouldn't. You wouldn't do that. It's the thing. One quick second. Okay. Tiny boulder. Is it true that at the end of AR, the signs remember you again if you were a 1.0 legacy character, or is that a mistake from a YouTube recapper? Because I thought it was up to interpretation. I don't know. Is that true? Does someone... I'm not a 1.0 character. I can't check that. Is anybody a 1.0 player? Can they speak to that? And I don't want people to say yes because I've heard it. I mean, can you speak to it with either a specific YouTube link showing this or a specific textual example? Legacy character. Because I was, what I've gone off with the interpretation point was purely about if you're a 2.0 character. The 1.0 thing makes things more explicit that you are that character. The 2.0 thing is based, my being able to choose is purely is irrelevant to whether or not you're a legacy character. My quandary, my point about the implication and being able to interpret it either way is purely if you started at 2.0 or later. You'd be named Pebble. I've seen cutscenes, yes, they all just suddenly remember. Okay, so it does happen. AR, in AR, that 1.0 legacy characters give the non-legacy characters don't. Yeah, okay, so there is explicit, so if you're a legacy character, it is a 100% explicit. My argument is purely about if you are a 2.0 native, I think there's still enough room, literally even that Eorzean quote that we got earlier, that no one's certain who the Warriors of Light were, so there's no reason that you can't backfill you are one of them. Yes, it's true. I've seen the video. I have to find the link again. Cool. Thank you, guys. Yeah. So if you're 1.0, it's hyper explicit, which I'm not surprised. You would expect. You literally, here's the thing. Actually, all of that is irrelevant anyways, because if you're a legacy character, when you create a character, it creates the light beam, which you like spawn in from out of Louisoix's light beam. So like it's 100% explicit if you're a legacy character. However, I don't know why. If you were a legacy character, you would want to pretend you're not a legacy character, so. I was told to expect a scion, but I didn't expect it to be you. It has been far too long, Elio. You have something for me, yes? Let's see now. Yes, everything appears to be in order. You'll be staying with us for a while, yes? With that, we have a dozen more like you. Since we don't, though, we'll just give you the work of a dozen men. I just. No, you don't. Don't you like? My husband was a 1.0 over, so I've seen his cutscenes. Actually, ooh, Tethys. Do you know every time you create a character, does it show the light? Because if it does, I need to talk to you after stream. Back to do the work of a dozen men, I see. Ha! But I jest. No, you don't. Even I can appreciate that an important man such as yourself has little time for menial tasks. But since you're here, mayhap you'd be keen on having a look around the Scion's new home. See that impressive structure over there? That's the place. It was originally built to house a branch of the guild, you see. As such, it comes to complete with a tavern where adventurers can rest from the road, fill their bellies with good food and drink, and their ears with tales of fortunes to be had. No, only for transfer characters? God! Fortunate. I really want I want a 60 FPS version of that intro cutscene. So bad. But obviously to get that is... Yeah. It may get a bit raucous at times, but I imagine it'll be a good place as any to recruit capable men and women to your cause. Come with me, I'll show you around. Actually, unless, are you able to watch it in the Unending Journey? Because if you are, let me know. Wait, is that you? Ooh. Is that you, Elio? I'm quite sorry to interrupt you, but I have important news. We received grim tidings from Gridania, and it would appear our aid is required at once. I must ask you to report back to the Waking Sands with all due haste. It's coming, guys. The king's coming. Is everything quite all right, friend? I got shit to do. There are some people who have done good work out there, Brotherhood, and I've been in the background. I've been slowly writing and working on a 1.0 recap that's somewhat detailed. We did watch, the cutscene with Flamine earlier today, but my plan is to put out our own version of a 1.0 recap. Oh lordy, coming. I can't say I'm privy to the details, but it would appear that there is no time for our leisurely tour. But no worries. You can rest assured that I'll see to all necessary arrangements. Pray return at any time after you've seen to your more pressing matters. Not the original cutscenes, no. The first one you can watch is the same one we can. Damn it. Thanks, Tethys. Is it possible to watch it via New Game Plus Legacy Player? No, that's what I was asking Tethys. It seems that is not the case. That's what the unending journey is. Oh, actually, well, wait. Yes, Aaron, I saw it. I was trying to ignore it. Pray return. But actually, Gemini, that's a good point. If you do a New Game Plus, do you get the cutscene and does it still count? That's a really interesting quandary. I would suspect it doesn't. I bet you it doesn't. But that might be worth trying to test, Gemini. Oh, do I still have... Yeah, I do. I need to turn that off. Oh, man. My camera's way high up. I'm gonna... There we go. Oh, when did this get so high? There we go. That's much better. Okay, Milkshakes, you can stop running into the statue of Lolorito now. Just gain a little bit. Yeah. Oh, it's Tataru. A messenger from the Twin Adders came to the Waking Sands while you were in Mordona. I wasn't privy to the conversation with the antecedent, but I did see the look on her face after he took his leave. Something is definitely amiss. Could it be the Excel have summoned Garuda again? Or mayhap Imperial forces have been sighted within the Shroud? Well, whatever it may be, I'm absolutely certain it has nothing you can't handle. Now go and ask the antecedent if there's anything you can do. Or it is always the behemoth. Moogleween is overrated and he peaked her in high school. He just thinks he's cool because he was Pomk. No, it starts at level 5 quest. I tried it. Damn! Thanks, Tethys. Thanks for running through all that. Quest line to blow up Lolorito statue when... Here's the thing. For all you may dislike Lolorito's not the worst. He's really not. Like, don't get me wrong, he's morally dubious, he takes advantage of people, he's bad. But he's not the worst, and, that statue is the least of things needing to be blown up. I'm more worried about a lot of other things. Like, Lolorito may not even necessarily be the current worst member of the Syndicate. Actually, if anything, I would actually like to point out that not to extreme degrees, but if you really compare and contrast Godbert to Lolorito in terms of, like, humanitarian efforts and also business shadiness, not business shadiness, but like willingness to put business before a lot of things, they're not that different. They really aren't. Like, Lolorito is again, not saying he's good. I'm just saying he's really not the worst. He's not a Teleji. Lolorito's cousin with a successful snack food business. Dororito. I would replace with the Taru statue. That could happen. Do we use the Waking Sands for anything after switching headquarters besides a warehouse? Not really. There's some NPCs in there occasionally to talk to. Oh, he's not the worst. I just hate his smug little face. Understandable. Yeah, but no one else has a statue. I mean, Godbert, like, multiple... I don't know. There's multiple other people with statues. The worst member is obviously Godbert. Oh no, blow up Godbert statues too. I see Lolo Rito as necessary evil. Like, that's the thing, is that Lolo Rito is like, business works, Ul'dah to an extent thrives, and he is more of a businessman than he is a greedy, like, blood-sucking... Like, here's the thing. He is a hardcore businessman. There's just no question. And also, sometimes shady. But I just don't, like, I don't think he's as bad as some of the others. I mean, I think the story textually shows that off, including with the ways in which Nanamo works with him. Yeah, but Godbert looks good in Breeze. Who's left that could be worse than Lolorito? Dulala? Well, I mean, that's my point being, like, you have, like, Firgus, you have Dulala, you have other members. My point being, I just don't know that he's, like, yes, the worst. Lolorito. I knew this day would come, yet I prayed it would not come so soon. You have reason to believe that another primal, or an entity resembling one, had been summoned in Gridania. See ya, Issa! Thine arrival is customarily timely, Elio. The etheric waves leave little room for doubt. Thy talents will be needed ere long. If there be truth in my suspicions, 'tis a familiar foe we face, though one quite unlike the Lady of the Vortex. We dare not draw conclusions without evidence, but as Eorzean says, the readings bear a strong resemblance to ones observed more than 5 years ago. Though I had hoped the Moogles guard beyond such folly. Suffice it to say, this disturbance warrants a further investigation, full investigation. Meet some other scouting members of the Syndicate in the Blue Mage quest chain. Yeah, that too. Are they... Is what's-his-face a Syndicate member? I think so. If you're right, then, like, he's probably also one of the way more scummy in some ways. Speaking of food... I'm just telling my roommate I'm dying without my donut. Okay. Let's pull you guys back up. Thy present have been requested by Commander Helio. You'd think I'd be able to get that, but like throw me off scene like a off-brand version of Elio. He awaiteth thee at the Adder's Nest. Pray, hasten to Gridania, Elio. Yida and Papalimo will rendezvous with you there. May you walk in the light of the crystal. Henry, Scummy, and members of the Syndicate are redundant. I mean, then you're including Raban. Just be careful that you're saying Raban is also Scummy. But you can. I'm not saying you can't articulate that point. I'm just saying that, like, Final Fantasy XIV is great because it's morally complex and nuanced. It's French, so the H is silent. That makes it even worse. Literally almost, that basically makes it Elio then. It's Elio talking to Elio. You know why all the monitors in Ul'dah are Lalafels? Let's meet with the poor, rise up and eat. Wonder what Lalafell tastes like. Why do I feel like someone's gonna clip that out of context? Yulo. Yulo? Should it be that? If it should be Yulo? Yulo? I don't know. A pleasure to see you as always, Elio. Thank you for answering my summons. Quite frankly, I could think of no one more qualified to... but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Allow me to explain. I don't know what you want from... Why did we get the buffalo minion for that? That seems very random. Wait, did I just get a level 70 weapon coffer from that? No, that must have been... No, that was... What is going on? Okay. I'm so confused. 70 weapon coffer, but I got... Was it a 70 eye level? No? Was it... What? Okay, what is going on? Was that just to make sure that people have the right equipment before going into their first trial? Eye level 70. Okay, it was eye level 70. Okay. So it was this one. Ah, yes, item level... Okay, there we go. There we go. Not again. Chicken. FBI, get him. Falafel tastes like potato. So like potatoes? My puns made Elio want a donut. My powers are growing. Soon I'll have the ability to bring forth the primal. If you give me enough money, I'll bring forth the primal. We are bitter from pent-up rage and spice. Starchy. Are you that hungry, Elio? I am pretty hungry, weirdly enough. Which is funny, because I ate before stream, but I am very hungry. Would a stone Lalafell be a baked potato? Des, you on it today. Isn't just a... Yeah. No. Yeah. Thanks, lady. Thanks, Issa. Thanks, John. You know what sounds good? A buffalo chicken sandwich with cheese. Why are you just making me hungry? What did the buffalo say when he sent his child to college? Bye, son. I ain't got time to have a snack. We got trial to beat. You see, you say that, Koshek, you may not go anywhere, but if you leave a stream to like just go like eat or something, man, people are gonna leave. People aren't that entertained by me. That said, I do have dog treats, so if I'm really desperate, we're good. Or if you give me a lot of money. I know I keep talking about the money, but it's mostly because I want to make this, I want to make Eorzean Archives a full-time thing right now, so I'm working to try and get as much money set up for that as possible. So forgive me if I'm shilling extra hard lately. But yes, if you want me to eat a dog treat, I will. We should, well, for $100, I guess? Like if you guys can raise $100, because that's not gonna happen. Yo, we got popsicle stick jokes, let's go. Koshek, I don't have anything in this household that's a snack I can go grab. Everything in here is, everything that we have is cook. Like you have to like prepare a meal. Catger, lawful primal is the great Popo. Eating dog treats? Okay, Shaggy. Would you do it for a Scooby snack?
Not long ago, the Moogle Kuplo Cop visited the Adder's Nest to request an audience with the Elder Seedseer. He spoke of an imminent threat to all Moogle kind, one which would imperil the entire Twelveswood if left unchecked. You provide an able ambassador to the Sylphs, and we would have you reprise the role in our dealings with the Moogles. The rest you should hear from Kuplo Cop himself. He awaits you with the Elder Seedseer at the Lotus Stand. Nope. Jesus, I can't remember where to find Ellie. Starve then fool. I don't have money to keep snacks around. Everything's got to be a meal. I don't have the resources to just be keeping snacks around. I would kill for a cold treat right now. Some ice cream. Don't care which kind. Now you have me wanting to go to Jellybean's Culver's again. God damn it. Want to see scantily clad archivists? Well, Jesus! Fuck! Okay, but now I have to eat it, don't I? Fuck! Thank you, Jubilant! Also, thank you, Issa, for your $20. Thank you, Jubilant, for the $100. Also, thank you to anyone and everyone who has ever sent me $100. Not a phrase I was thinking I'd ever say, let alone slaying in a plural sense. So, thanks, but also, what the fuck? But also, thanks, but also, what the fuck? Thank you very much. Let's get it up, Jam. You've got your viewers, Elio. You know someone will donate $100 for just that. Power, I'm
used to being financially insecure, so the idea of having $100 to donate is something still wild to me. So you know what? I didn't think I was provoking the hornet's nest. I didn't necessarily consider the idea. Yes, of course someone will take me up on that challenge. Clearly it's something I'm saying off the cuff because I'm thinking, yes, that's going to be an insane thing that clearly no one's going to do, because how many people roughly my age actually have $100 extra to spend on something so crazy like a stranger who streams a freaking video game and giving them $100? That's it, thank you very much. Thank you, Demins! I have spent most of my life making less than $15,000 a year because I typically have a really hard time working in normal environments because a lot of service industry environments are really hard for me and a lot of my disposition. A lot of my anxieties, a lot of my just struggles. I don't have a college degree because college is too expensive, and I always struggled with executive function. I am saying all this to say that thanks to your guys' kindness here, thanks to things like the Patreon and the YouTube channel as a whole, I am more financially secure thanks to your guys' kindness than I have at any other point in my life been, and I cannot communicate how much to you that means to me, and it also makes me feel bad sometimes when I shill. Not that there's necessarily something wrong with that, but it, thank you. And this not only goes towards the channel, but this all goes immediately towards making more things that I hope you guys enjoy. I hope you feel like any resources or funds or things that are put into this, you feel like you're getting something back in return that you can enjoy. Thank you very much. I'm gonna try to catch up on chat. What's new, Scooby-Doo? We're coming after you. We gotta solve that mystery. I see you, Scooby-Doo. The trail leads back to you. What's new, Scooby? Thanks, AC. Yep. Please get Culvers. They debuted a new flavor of the day yesterday. Oh, what is it? What's the flavor of the day, Jellybean? Chap is being nice. Don't eat it, please. You can eat it. Hey, Destinium, good to see you. Glad to have you. Time to... I wish I could clip this. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess you could probably clip retroactively. I feel that, Elio. I feel that. Yeah, Aaron. I think more than a few of us know that struggle. I think more than a few of us definitely know that struggle. I don't think it's unique to me in any way. Yeah. The message is, oh my fucking god, get some Culvers. Jubilant, please do not eat the drug treats. Buy some real food. Time to give Elio a heart attack, Demins. Thanks, guys. Oh god. It has begun. I think you guys just killed him. You about to just whisper a murder. I think Elio.exe has stopped working. I think you broke Elio. Thanks, guys. Don't forget to breathe, friend. I know what you mean about struggling with normal jobs. Yeah. Doesn't make me feel bad when I chill. Here, Elio, I've been financially secure for many, yeah. Aw, shit, time to cry. That's so sweet. Yeah. I was in exactly the same situation before the pandemic, Elio. Never worked a job that paid over $15,000 a year, and I want to help people however I can, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. And Ray, obviously, immediately going into the shill mode of give us money, sign up for Patreon at www.patreon.com, Eorzean Archives. And right now I can. And thank you, Demins. And I'm glad, thank you, that it makes me feel better to know that you are in a space, you and I hope Jubilant too, and I know Issa are in spaces where we're providing something like this. This kindness is not in any way detracting from your own quality of life, because if it is, please do not give me money if it's going to detract from your own quality of life. Know that I appreciate even just watching the content, engaging with it, coming on the Discord, The usual like, comment, subscribing, yada, yada, yada. But, so yeah. So once in Uldal, there was a bunch of Lalafels in the main Aetheryte Crystal, the Aether server. I was working on a comic about the Great Popto. Nice Kecker. And I knew Issa because he's a sugar archon. It's true. I had real jobs but never able to last long. Autism, ADHD. Yeah, that's autism, ADHD, and social anxiety. I have a really hard time with people when I don't feel comfortable or at ease, which actually is interesting as a content creator because I'm constantly having to try and meet new people and I need to make connections, but I have a really hard time like messaging other creators. So luckily I've been lucky enough to have the help of Issa, who's much more of a social butterfly than I am. And on top of that, the benefit of other content creators being very kind and reaching out, and sometimes even reaching out and I don't necessarily get back because it's hard. Broke so I could carry on to, yeah, autism ADHD makes hard. Money has been super hard and I've had to GFM a new drawing tablet when my old one, yeah. Well, I broke so I could carry on trying to sell commissions. Yeah, Koshek, I know how you've been, man. I've been there. I've been there when it came to making cosplay before this, normal jobs and trying to make things work and wanting to do more with my life. But also even onto working on the footage for this, for making this channel, thanks to Issa Doral's kindness. He proffered an old graphics card he had that allowed me to do rendering a lot faster, allowed me to get 60 FPS shots when I couldn't before. And so I have been incredibly, incredibly lucky for all the ups and downs I've had to my life before this point, thanks to this channel, thanks to you guys, and the people, the amazing, wonderful people I work with, Naniri, Issa Doral, Tethys, work with currently, Isidora, Tethys, and Ray. Things have been going really well. I feel you so much with the uni and job stuff, so I'm very proud that you're putting so much effort into this and the community, and very lovely and supportive too. You're all awesome. Yeah, you guys are all awesome. I think more than a few of us probably know what it's like to want to do more, or want to create something, or want to... I think most people want to work hard. I think a lot of people are also tired a lot of the time. I think a lot of people are worn out. But I think most people want to work. They want to do something meaningful to them. And it's just the problem is that finding a way to do something that's meaningful to you and survive at the same time aren't always easy things. So, let's get back to killing some Moogles, shall we? Having been dealing with autistic burnout and health issues for 3 years, so dang, does this all hit home? Yeah, donates all the need, want them. Hugs, donates all that need, yeah, want them. Yeah, Jellybean, I suspect many people not only probably relate with that experience, but many people who are drawn to 14 or drawn to communities like ours are people who have suffered similarly, especially when I try to personally make it much more, try to like maybe go over the top and trying to make people feel welcome. Not that I would succeed, I'm sure there's plenty of people who don't feel welcome or don't feel like I've tried to welcome them enough, but I suspect that many people want a space that they don't have to stress about fighting to feel welcomed. And I think that's part of it too. And I think 14 as a whole is better about that than most video games. And I think it's yeah. Can relate to being poor. I've had real jobs before, and so can relate to how it gives me anxiety and also losing my creativity for a good few months because of them. Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of times just tired. Just tired. You know, it's hard to do more when you're already giving your all to something else that you don't love, and that's doubly exhausting. It's actually very common with content creators, Elia. There's a lot of content creators that do content because it's easier for them to talk to camera and microphone than other people. It's interesting too, though, Power, because you're right. What's interesting for me is that I struggled with it for a bit. Like it definitely was like getting used to it took a bit. And I'm glad that I honestly did as many videos as I did before streaming because the talking to camera, like performing is easy for me. I mean, like really, if you meet me in real life, how you see me on stream is how I am in real life. Like this, like it really, there's a little, obviously there's some heightening because of the like nature of what's going on, but like the general disposition is very much me. But at the same time, yeah, like getting used to the microphone too. But yeah, Power, I think you're. I know I even like major 14 YouTubers. I know like Mr. Happy, I think somewhat deals with that, and other people besides. Which is why they're so understanding and dealing with the same stuff. Yeah, I can relate to being poor. Yeah, Moogle slang. And as an educator who works with autistic youth, I see this. Yeah, I bet, Power. I bet. Elliot's quite simply, you bring people joy and makes people want to give back to you in any way they can. I appreciate it. Thanks, Tethys. In between jobs myself, in between colleges, but I got a good fallback plan if I can't find anything within the next month or so. Awesome, Tez. I'm glad that you have at least some security. To spare explanation of differences between services, I was private for a long time, including a few motions for not being able to keep my mouth shut. Issa, I didn't know that about you, and it makes me love you all the more, and also, I'm not surprised. Broke. I was, and now I'm not, so I love to share, and I deeply appreciate it, Issa. You have consistently made the whole process so much easier because of it for me. The other scions have already arrived, sir. May I show you in? And to all the people watching this after the fact, I hope this was at least somewhat entertaining. And on top of that, I hope that... Sorry for the interlude. Actually, does anyone know, can you actively go in here on the reg? Because I swear that you can't, and if not, I want to quickly get some B-roll. Because I've wanted B-roll of this before, and I swear to God, I don't think you can enter this if you don't have an instance. Let that record for 60 seconds. Do you think you might suffer from imposter syndrome? You know, somewhat. I think anyone who works creative fields probably does. I think with YouTube, I haven't. Interestingly, with YouTube, I haven't. I think I'm very self-critical. But I think I think the thing is YouTube has such a range of skill levels at every level that I don't feel it with YouTube near as strong because I know I can put out the content. I think the other thing about YouTube I point out that kind of prevents the imposter syndrome is you guys, like, I actively get to engage with you guys because of the Discord. I hear people say, I like this. This means something to me. Your lyrical lore meant something to me or made me feel something or made me cry. And so because of that, I know they have a tangible effect. And so that I don't feel an imposter because I get to bear witness to the things that I make on multiple fronts affect someone. But I am very self-critical. Not even just self-critical. I'm very critical of my work because I'm very... it's not even just critical of my work. I'm very much particular and a perfectionist about it. That's not even quite true. I'm not quite perfectionist. I'm willing to let things go. But I have high expectations. That's the best way to put it. I have very high expectations for myself. And then that's the main thing I would say. I made Sergeant 3 times and lost it twice. Impressive, Issa. Let me go test. Thanks, Jellybean. Actually, that'd be great if you could test that real quick. Okay, that's one shot. I need another good B-roll. Let's see. What's a good shot? I don't want the forest. I don't want the water. You know what? You know what would be nice, especially because this becomes relevant at 5.x. Let's get something with the flowers. Let's do something like that. Okay, that's good. Let's. You want to go wide? Yeah. I think that's yes. This is a bit. That focal length is too much. Let's do something like. That's too shallow. But I need that to be in midfield. Like, honestly, this is maybe a good microcosm of my point about perfectionism or like high expectations. Is that like I want to get the good shot. Yeah. There we go. You cannot. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm doing this then. I somehow run my own Discord and it's so much easier in such a confined space. Oh, here. Well, frick, I can't change. Well, I'll get to your message in a second. No, it says you can't go in with the same area like Admiral Chambers. Okay, so forgive me for getting these shots. I need them for our server. If anything like the Chamber of Rule and Merweb's office, you can't go in there at will. Okay, I'll remember that. I'm doing New Game Plus to get your LA footage for B-roll right now. Oh, okay, well then, Issa's got it. I'll let this shot ride and then we're good. And like me, it's easier for me to present in front of a ton of people, even in person, than to start a conversation with a stranger. Yeah, if they start a conversation, I often won't shut up. Yeah, here's the thing, is I get comfortable, it's fine. And I think many of us can relate to that. But I also need to not know that like I can relax, and part of that is also someone making it clear that they're not going to judge. I've been loving these streams. I always have been curious about the lore of 14. It helps me understand the whole story. Thank you for being an awesome streamer. Kecker, awesome. I'm so glad that they're useful for you, and I'm glad that they have been entertaining. I hope they continue to be. I don't know. I guess I'm saying this part for me. I appreciate your guys' kind words. I do not. I have a desire to be. I have a performative desire to be center of attention, to an extent, right? Like I think I have an ironic while having social anxiety somewhat, but not like a profound desire to be. Like, I don't need to be number one. And honestly, if I could be number one with someone, I don't want to be the number one lore YouTuber. I would much rather it be in a world where we could, be parallel. Where more than one of us could be. And hopefully that actually might be the case. Because of 14 lore community is kind of it's not... I mean, it can have, a preeminent, but it also has, a very, even pacing. But, I don't hear your compliments and be like, aha, I'm so wonderful, I'm so great. Clearly, I've got them in the palm of my hand. And I'm not sure that I need to tell you that, but I feel I don't know, reflexively want to. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks, Issa. Yeah, no, I can also come back here. There's another point that I can come back here, and those 2 B-roll shots are good enough. Thanks, Issa. Let's catch up with you guys' things. I'm afraid that the low stand closes. Yes. Okay. Just assume no one cares for anything I have to say, so I'm generally quite quiet. I hear you, Koshek. I do. I really do. I mean, honestly, that's why I have a problem. Okay. You know what? We're taking a second. We have a lot of time tonight. It's only 5:30. We're taking a second, and we're approaching not that far away from being done with point 1, especially after we finish Kupo. I have a struggle with streams because if I want to talk to someone, I can't talk at someone, and I don't want to shout into the ether, so I want to have a conversation. Internet's not always great for that. Obviously, a YouTube comment section, not a great place for that, typically. Also, I always want every conversation to go into with someone to be fundamentally assumed on 2 things, which is I am coming in assuming the best in their intent, and trying to be the best in my intent, even if I vehemently disagree. Now, obviously, there's limitations to that. But the thing about, streams that are difficult, I think, for me, speaking for me, is if a streamer doesn't engage with their chat, which they may not because the chat's going by so fast. It's not about, this isn't a failing, this is just a stylistic choice. It's hard for me to, want to be a part of it, but also, as a viewer, it's, I go in, it's not about me. So I can't, obviously, you can't, try to draw the streamer's attention. And so it's a complicated affair where if you are someone who wants to engage with the conversation, a stream can be it's weird push and pull of, you're having engagement, but it's not really engagement, but it's also engagement, but it's kind of not. And so I don't know if any of you guys also struggle with that. But if you do, know that I appreciate you being here all the same. It's just nice to find a gaming community that doesn't try to kill their own game by being jerks to new players. Jess, I find it wild sometimes that that's so rare. You'd ostensibly think that people would like to celebrate the things they like together. Not saying I fear your high expectations or anything. Yeah, Issa's trying to do some editing, learn to edit. So I think Issa's afraid that I'm of my standards. To be fair though, and Issa, you know this, is not my standards are not you must reach my standards. It's more just we've got to be there together, boy. We got to do it. We gotta. It's for both of us. It's the austerity on both of us. High expectation for a good shot. That was my cinematography class in a nutshell. Yep. Thanks, Ray. Yeah, we have a Twitch, which we use for the other when we do fun stuff like other Final Fantasy games or Jackbox Party Pack and stuff like that. That's what our Twitch is for. But yeah, Koshek, I bet you many people feel your pain. We are number 1. Hey, Rin, good to see you, glad to have you. Jalali, good to see you, glad to have you. I put in a bin on small blot miss. I blame my boss at work if I lose. Fair? Hey, Jalali, good to see you. I'm going to be honest, I've never gotten on with watching streams, but I really enjoy your streams. Oh, Koshek, thank you. I deeply, deeply appreciate that. And yeah, if there's any content that I do that you're just like for instance, if you just you're not into podcasts and you're like, yeah, so lore talk and end talkers aren't for you, I get it. Just in general, we all got our stuff. No man gets left behind. Let's go! Well, I'm a small streamer, so having chat go by fast, I can't relate to. But yes, I try to interact with chat as much as possible. Yeah, Kecker, I feel you. I'm occupying a weird space now because we're growing, but like I could spend all stream talking to people, but it's obviously it's not like an Asmongold where it's just like it's just a machine gun. It's not even a. Oddly enough, my biggest instance of toxicity in this game was right after my first run of Sastasha as a baby sprout. I was blasted in telechat by a healer after the run. That's so wild. I just helped someone. I went into leveling roulette as Elio today and helped a brand new tank. This tank, they were brand new and they clearly were new. Like, forgot their tank stance, that kind of thing, but they were good. They knew their shit. It was awesome. And it was great. I had fun. I knew it was like, oh, this is gonna take about twice as long. But I just relaxed into it, and I was super positive and helpful, and it was a good time. And look, here's the thing. There's going to be assholes in 14. There's going to be tons of assholes in 14. It's not a question of whether or not there's people who are not perfect or, like, bad representations of what you hope at your culture, of the culture of your game. It's like, what is broadly the case? You know, what is the sentiment that people appreciate and want as a community and culture? And I think broadly 14 succeeds at that, and that is why it's valuable, not that it succeeds every time. Oh yes, announcement, breaking news, Saturday morning, FF Tactics. Oh yes, we're streaming FF Tactics on Twitch. Isadora will be streaming FF Tactics. My plan is I will be doing the mainline games, but Issa I think is gonna be doing the spin-offs, or at the least the Tactics games. So be there or be square, soft. Are we doing King Moggle mechanics or are we on singing? We're doing mechanics. We've got enough people that we're doing mechanics, you bet. I also, King Moggle, the order of the Moogles, I have no memory of, so if any of you actually know and can assign the numbers, thanks. I do not remember that off the top of my head. I still think about that Quiplash game. I hope we'll do more. We're gonna do more games like that. I also have some of the art from our TKO. I'm definitely gonna get drawn by one of our artists, maybe Lady, probably Lady, unless she's very busy, but she's been busy lately. But and maybe get some of that art on an actual shirt. I like Elio's stream because he knows all the cool shit, like whether or not Eorzean can beat Tataru in a wrestling match. Well, okay, let's think about it though. Like if you think about it, so Eorzean has the spellcasting ability. Tataru has no proper spellcasting ability. Okay, is it 1v1? Because Tataru could easily rig the match with all the money she has. We know she's capable, she's not a capable fighter particularly, but she is a capable craftsperson. Eorzean is so fair and skinny. But he's got magical capabilities, and he's fit. Is his center of gravity pretty bad, though? Because he's an Eorzean, so because you have Tataru, right? And she's short and squat, got a good center of gravity. It's wrestling. Not like UFC, it's like wrestling. If it's like wrestling, then Tataru loses, because she's just got no reach. She's got just shit reach. If it's wrestling, I give it to Eorzean. Yep. Most other forms of toxicity that I had were most people being frustrated and thinking that I was intentionally messing up. Yeah, Power, yep. Last I have to miss the latter half of your streams most of the time because it's runs fairly late. Sorry, Koshek. Yeah, we tried to push them as early as possible for the people in the EU and elsewhere. I shall be there too, even if I only just found out about that. I'm not a morning person, but I'll try. Yeah, talking about Issa's chat. Oh man, I was hoping that Elio would have to play Tactics. So I'll talk about Tactics and maybe, my roommate brought donuts.
That's what you wanted.
Yeah, no, I'm very thankful. Stream donated $220.
What?
Yeah.
I was looking at you.
Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, she brought drinks too. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, hi, Smiles. Oh, come here. Come here. Do you want? Oh, you coming up? Okay. Ready? One, two. Oof. Oof. Deadpool wanted to say hi. He came over and was smiling. You want down? Oh no, you smiling? You want to wave? Oh, you want to give me a kiss? No? You want a kiss? You want to wave? You want to go down? Yeah. There you go. Okay. Yeah, sorry for the timing, guys. There's never a perfect timing for anything. I may yet play Tactics someday again, Professor. I may even do Advanced if Issa doesn't do Advanced. I may yet do Tactics. And then me and Issa could talk about it. It'd be fun. From what I remember, the only important ones are Black Mages first and White Mages second, finished with tanks. I don't know what Tenor was referring to. I'm going to have to skip over. Yes, it's 1v1. I'm going to have to skip back up. Yum donuts. Now eat your snacks. Pupper, puppy. Puppy gets a $200 treat. I'm an hour ahead. I forgot I have to wait this stupid fade to get the point Ellie is at. Hildebrand, it's not you. It's the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with expanded free trial. You know, let me do. Okay. Oh, actually, you know what? This is Demins and Jubilant. This is for you guys.
It's not you. It's a critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with expanded free trial, which you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning expansion of Heavensward.
Oh, also, it's in Hildebrand, so hey. It's not you. It's the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with an expanded free trial, which you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning expansion Heavensward. Yeah, I see a difference between being a toxic jerk and simply getting angry, frustrated, confusing, struggling with intentional griefing. Yeah, yes, yeah. There's a big difference between you are allowed to be frustrated. You know. Let's see what people have to say.
Our guest has brought little ill tidings, which much needs be heeded. Isn't that right, Kupo Cop?
Threats to Moogle kind? I had hoped to ask the antecedents' suspicions were ill-founded, but I cannot see who else it could be. It must be something bad to have gotten the Kuplo Cop this worried. Have you seen the way his thingamy is bobbing? Fun fact. He was a member of the Garlean army. He was one, but Connie Senna saved his life, and he joined her. Which I think they actually explained in the role quest recently. It was also in the, Why is Godbird so sexy? Did you say sexy? Actually. Oh man. I'm sure this camera is making me look terrible. If Squeeze was smart, they would hire Elio to do every ad spot on TV in the voice of Tomefix. Yes! Oh my god, that would be really fun. I would really love that. Speaking of, if you like the Tomefix voice, I've been alluding to this for the better part of a few months, but next April Fools, I have a very fun thing. All I'm going to say is it's musical in nature, and it's gonna be great. It'll be awesome.
Elio's hunger inspired at least one of the donations. Yep. Professor, what'd you refer to? I don't know. Because he's Mander. It's mentioned Stormblood. I posted a screenshot, Lord. I'm not sure who you're referring to, Professor. The story of Chronicles of Light about him is really good. I hope they make a volume 2. Yeah, Regal. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know already, you can also go on their website to check out their short stories. Please, you... Kupo. Do I go with that for whenever Moogles are talking? Do I just have them say Kupo? I'm gonna take a bite of this and we'll find out. Let's make a poll. Oh, lady, you'd be great at a Moogle. Okay, there is now a poll up. Oh, shit. Okay, I've been having caffeine lately. I've been avoiding caffeine. It's time to have a code red. Remember that this is gonna matter. This is gonna be a problem when we get to Heavensward, I'd like to remind you. Or maybe we just make the Heavensward Moogles a different... Because they're different Moogles, they don't use Kupo. Okay, you got 10 seconds and then I'm ending the poll. Oh man, you guys are battling it out. Oh shit. Oh, it's going. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, deep voice came in at the end! Oh, boy! Okay, deep voice it is.
Calm yourself, Kupalo Cobb. Can you not see that he hasn't the faintest idea what you're talking about? Be quiet this instant. Pray, forgive his witless outburst, sister.
Let me. What did he even say? He said, please, you have to stop them, but you mustn't kill them. They're not bad Moogles, Kupo. They're just misguided. A gentle, no, firm thrashing is in order. Yes, but no...
Most grateful am I that you have come, Elio, and upon such short notice. Truly, Gridania could not wish for a more stalwart ally. But you are doubtless eager to know wherefore we summoned you. Our friend Kupalo Kopp has brought to us news of the most unsettling development. It would seem the good King Moogleween this 12th has returned to Eorzea. A curious thing to hear, I know. Truth to tell, I myself cannot say for sure if he is a genuine figure from history or some manifestation of Moogle mythology. Kupalo here would have me believe the former.
Once upon a time, we Moogles served the gods in the heavens. It was quite nice up there, unspeakably beautiful, unimaginably spacious, and with literally endless supplies of wine, Kupo. In spite of this, or possibly because of the last part, the gods eventually became discontented and started squabbling, which made life jolly difficult for the poor Moogles. So good King Moogleween the 12th, may his glorious name live forever, decreed that the time had come to leave Kupo. The realm of man would suffice. He said, so all the Moogles should live there instead. Unfortunately, the two realms are so far apart that we couldn't safely fly down, but good King Moogleween the 12th, may his miraculous foresight ever be praised, knew exactly what to do, Kupo. He had the rope, you see, the longest one ever woven. This he nobly held with it while his subjects climbed all the way down to the world below. And that is how we Moogles came to this land, Kupo. All of us, except good King Moogleween the 12th. May his courageous sacrifice never be forgotten. He alone would remain in the heavens, so the Moogle kind might at last know peace. Except
that he has not remained in the heavens, from what I understand, that being your reason for contacting us, yes? I bet he tied the rope to something good, thinking I bet he tied the rope... I bet he tied the rope to something. Good thinking. Remind me again what the problem was with him returning to Eorzea.
The problem, Yida, lies in the fact that he was summoned. It is our belief that good King Moogleween the 12th is a myth made manifest, via the means akin to those employed by the beast tribes in the summoning of their gods.
Wait! You're saying a handful of Moogles were with a boatload of crystals wished really, really hard, and he just sort of appeared? Would that even work? What I cannot fathom is why they would even try. With Garuda humbled and the ultimate weapon destroyed, what new threat could have prompted them to take such drastic measures?
Might that not itself be the answer? Twice in the last half-decade, Eorzea has been brought onto the very brink of destruction, only to be spared at the last by the heroics of a chosen few. To you who braved those tempests and survived by virtue of your own strength, the latest period of peace will doubtless seem a welcome respite. But to those who had not the power to defend themselves, who were spared only by another's grace, this is merely the calm before the storm. I think the Moogles Guard are afraid of what tomorrow will bring, and that things may not end so well as they did yesterday. That fear has driven them to call upon a greater power, one they can believe can be relied upon to protect their loved ones, and their homes come what may.
I assure you, the Moogles God only want to protect the forest from outsiders, but ever since the return of good King Moogleween the 12th, may his boundless grace fill our hearts with love, they've started to get a little carried away, Kupo. Virgin on a lot, in fact.
Like the Sylphs who summoned Ramu, you mean? We cannot discount the possibility that this entity is influencing the Moogles in a manner similar to that of a primal.
We share the same concern. Whoever or whatever this king may be, it is our belief that he poses a threat not only to Moogle kind, but to Gridania as a whole. Thus do we beseech you, Elio. Confront the good King Moglemog XII and drive him from our midst.
Okay, so you guys really like the Moogle voice. Kublakop is going to make me join the Covenant. I can't refuse. I need to stop before I get turned on by a Moogle. Take me in your arms, you diminutive fluffy stud. Yes, this was the correct choice. 14 needs a Moogle painting minigame like a Crystal Chronicles. No idea how or why to be implemented, but I can dream. Hey, that, you know, Gold Saucer is a, you know, gateway to many wonders. How do Moogles keep records of their history? Moogle docs. There's nothing wrong with a Moogle loving you. Everyone wants to cuddle a good Moogle. Dead Guys is now banned forever in one day.
Humbly, I thank you.
It's always fun to find ones that are fun to do. Like that, the Moogle one, that's fun to do now. That's how the Moogles are being voiced.
The sanctuary of the Moogles God and the liege lord is concealed by magical wards. Brother Isumi of the Conjurers Guild will doubtless be able to offer insight on how they might be dispelled. Pray, seek his counsel ere you proceed any further.
So the question is Good King Omagomag, do you go deeper or do you go high? How we doing this, guys? I need your pitches. I have my talents.
Oh, actually, you know what would be a good shot? Ooh, I like that.
How's that? How's that look? You know, you can't see the flame on the. Let's try it. Let's go wide. I don't like that either. Yeah, we're going to go with that. Field. Okay. We're gonna let that 6 for 60 seconds while I catch up on you guys. I have Mike Tyson. I don't even know how to do Mike Tyson. I mean, if FF14 can bring back a boss from Mystic Quests of all games, Pazuzu and Eureka, they can surely implement something like that. Wasn't Pazuzu in 12? And didn't they also have Pazuzu in 10? Because doesn't Pazuzu also one of the names of like I think they're like almost the exact same model. Or no, it's a different model. I think they've used that in a bunch of different ones, but I don't even know where Mystic Quest. I mean, is Mystic Quest the first time it shows up? A particular one in Heavensward should be really high pitched. We agree with you, Destinium. Higher for Moogleween the 12th. Yep, he's full on bass. Oh no, now it's an argument. Incomprehensibly deep. High for Good King Moogleween, but it'd be a great contrast. 12's when Moogle's voices are deeper because gravity. Oh, there's a thought. I second Mike Tyson. I don't know how to do Mike Tyson. Just low earthquake tone for the king. It's just. Turn on your subwoofers. I sent you something to remind you of me of the Moogle voice. Oh, good. Let me check that. Okay, that should be good for that. Can turn off cinematic depth of field. Okay. I'm sad that Nafka's tits or Holy Nafka's breasts is not a more common like swear. Oh, wow, lady, wow. Oh, I got it. Oh, Tethys, I just saw your messages on Discord. Okay, thanks, Tethys. Thanks for letting me know. Either ungodly high or with enough bass to shake my windows. Okay, okay. I think I know how we're doing it. I think we're gonna go lower than Diablos. We'll do high for those who are high up in Heavensward, like was mentioned. We're gonna go with that. For King Mogomog, we're gonna go low, and we're gonna make it even lower than what I had for Diablos. I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm telling you you're right. I'm with you. It's hilarious. It's hysterical. Oh, hey, Isumiyan.
Welcome, Elio. Welcome that you should be for one the face to good King Mogomog XII is a great comfort to me and to the elementals both. As I am sure you know, the Moogles are not by their nature a warlike race, yet should the king be suffered to remain, it is like that his influence will bring about a change in them. Thus does it behoove us to defeat him quickly, before any lasting damage is done. Make whatever preparations you deem necessary and inform me when you are ready to seek the king. The wards barring access to the King's Sanctuary can only be nullified through the use of enchanted keystones, the selfsame method employed 5 years ago, when first the King was summoned to Eorzea. It was with great regret that we were forced to sanction the slaying of the Guardians, who then held the keystones, for none were in our possession at the time. By the grace of the elementals, however, we have been spared that burden on this occasion. Kuplo Kopp confided in me that he had been entrusted with a set of keystones by the Mooglesguard themselves, yet wishing not to betray their confidence, he begged me find some other means to gain entry to the King's sanctum. Alas, I have been unable to do so, and dare not labor any longer, for the fear that the Moogles might succumb to the corrupting influence of their liege lord. We must needs have Kuplo Kopp's keystones. Elio, pray, go to him and beg his assistance.
There used to be more steps to this. I feel like there was more steps to this originally.
He awaits you at Wet Shore Pier. I impress upon him our great need, and I am certain he will yield.
I now imagine Moogles as sexy Squidward with bomb. Hey, Justinian, welcome to Archon. I hope you enjoy the emotes. For those of you who have Archon status, now's a good time to put up your favorite emote. And why do I get the feeling that it's going to be a lot of tome fixes and half-naked Elios? Well, I mean, it may be a full naked Elio. I think we haven't technically decided that yet. Doesn't matter, because you can't see below the waist. Hey, there's some cozy Elio and a cute Naniri with a yes. Maybe. Okay, you know, I'm still getting used to the fact that when I ask for something like that, I'm not just gonna get like 2 people responding, and in fact I will get a metric fuck ton of actual responses. That I'm still getting used to. And Ray keeps trying to make me know that. And definitely, Ray also keeps trying to be very like, Elio, you can't keep offering your time to everyone. You have responsibilities and work to do. And I am lucky because Ray gets to be the bad cop and I get to be like the nice one. I get to be like, yes, I'll just offer my time and not worry about the repercussions. We will meme you. Thank you, Koshek. Thank you, Koshek. You asked for this. I did. No. This is on me. This is not on you guys for responding in kind. This is on me for not remembering and in like getting in my system that there aren't only 4 people who watch the stream. You'd think after 2 people donated $100 in the same stream it would have been apparent. But hey, what you gonna do? This makes me happy, actually. Oh, also, don't forget, Lady Darksong drew all these emotes, and she makes her very happy when you use them because seeing her work bring joy to other people and actually, it's creatives, right? When you're a creative person and you make something, getting to see that thing used or put to a purpose or experienced or appreciated or enjoyed or loved or felt goes such a long way to making, it's part of what you want in creating, right? At least that's part of what I want in creating. So, don't forget that you are making Lady Darksong's day when you use the emotes.
So, how will you do it, Kupo? Oh, he told you about that. Well, if there's truly is no other way, I'll do it, Kupo. Take the ferry to Sweet Bloom Pier. I'll go on ahead.
What are you gonna do? Exactly what you say to do. Look! That's not an easy thing to get used to, okay? Let me read chat. Not gonna lie, all the emotes are fucking amazing. You did a fantastic job, lady. Yep. If you like our custom emotes. Yes, if you like our custom emotes, don't forget that you can go get your own custom art from Lady on Fiverr. And she does all kinds of art and very, very, very skillfully. I actually, and if anything, I shouldn't be shouting her out because I want her to do more art for the channel. But she has been busy of late. Oh, I talked to the Pure guy, that's why. Like, I go on Twitch all the time, and these are the best emotes I've seen. Aw. There used to be a lot more steps for this. Okay, Aaron. I remember there were more steps for, like, the Flamine part, but I didn't remember if there were more steps for, like... Oh, God. Right. Talk to the ferryman! Stop with the chat! Elio gives us a Snickers bar and a Coke in the interrogation room. Ray turns off the camera and punches us. That's true. That's accurate. I mean, like, I have, I can't argue with that because it's just correct. Punches? So uncreative. Oh, Ray. Oh, I totally forgot how fucking big they are.
Don't you dare lie to me, Kupo. I know what you're planning, and I won't allow it. Open your eyes, Kupo. The king will never be satisfied, no matter how many crystals you bring to him. We offered you a choice, and this is how you repay us, by consorting with these Eorzean? Imperials, Gridanians, Sylphs, you're no different from the rest of them. Actually, you're worse, Kupo. Traitors to Kinsmoogle, he plots treason against the crown. Enough, Kuplo Kop will answer for his crimes soon enough, as well as all who defy the will of good King Moogleween the 12th. May he reign forevermore, Kupo. The king is planning to purge the 12 woods of his enemies, Kupo. We've got to stop him before it's too late.
Gotta start simple, Ray Ray, gotta work up to the good stuff. Ray Ray uses a rubber hose to the kidneys. No marks, but you'll piss blood for a week. Gemini Wolf. I definitely agree and understand that feeling. I would love to see people wearing the glamours I make. Yeah. Gemini, yeah. Okay, so yeah, you definitely feel it. 2 graphic titles. I already have some people who contacted me about it, so I'm very happy about it. Happy to do more work. It really helps me. Good, lady. Good. I think I like a dozen or so more quest steps. Jesus, Aaron. Thanks for telling me. Aurora, good to see you. Glad to have you. Hello. At work to get some extra hours after being quarantined. Will lurk while I shut down my room. Hope everyone is well. Glad to have you, Aurora. Thanks for taking the time to step out and join. Open your eyes, Kupo. The deep voices are perfect. FF40K Imperial Mock. Oh, I love that idea.
The entrance to Thornmarsh is deep within the Bramble Patch, Kupo. If you take me there, I can nullify the ward. But be warned, the Moogle's guards has set traps to lure enchanted beasts. I can't hide from them, so you'll need to protect me, Kupo.
For those of you who want to do the trial with me, you're gonna want to meet us at the tea tree. That is where we will be doing the trial. Oh fuck! Oh hey, it's Logan. Oh please don't say I have to do the slash beckon. Oh no, does he just follow? Oh, he just follows. Yes! Oh, beautiful day. Where even is the enemy? Is it the mushroom? Yeah. Several of us are already here. Well, oh, I see. Okay, so we got Destinian, we got Logan. I don't even know who's who. Oh, you're at the, oh, I see, you're at the tea tree. Good. He just follows you now. Life is better this way. I'm someone else who hates those fucking quest leaves just as much as I do. Yes, oh my god, it's one of my least favorite things in this entire fucking game, is having to do that. It just like breaks the fucking pace so bad. Oh my god, another one. Fuck slash back at me and boys love them, just following, yeah. I'm someone, yeah. What server? We're on Crystal Curl. Crystal Curl is what we are on. If you'd like to join our Crossworld Link Shell or our FC, you also can with that. I hope one of you has already memorized the order of the Moogles so you can tag them. Because I have not. Because I just don't do Thornmarsh enough for it to like ever need to, and every time I've done it, someone else has already had it memorized. Thank you, Ray Ray. We have an FC on Curl Crystal. Come take tea with us. Yes, if you don't get it, so the if you're wondering why we constantly joke about like tea emotes and drinking tea, it's because we are the Eorzean archives tea. So, where even is the level 50? Where even is it? Is it back here? I don't even know where it went. Well, I know I left him behind, but he was following me. There he is. Just black and white mage first, tanks last. Okay, cool. Thanks. Tenor, that's what you were referring to earlier. Thank you, Tenor. You told me that before, I think, and I was confused what you were referring to, because there was a delay. Thank you, Tenor. I appreciate you telling me last time and this time, assuming that was you. Oh, sweet, I'm on Crystal Brynhilder. Nice! There's also we also have an EU FC and cross-world link shell for the EU folks. So we can classify the Moogle song as Okupo. I just know that the black mage needs to be killed first. Okay, black and white mage first. That's what I always kill first, and then tanks last. Okay. It's not hard as long as you kill the black mage and white mage first, I think. Yeah, everyone seems to be in agreement. Okay, he's falling now. He's coming.
Are you ready to face the king, Kupo? Then step closer to the ward. Raise your hand and focus, like when you are attuned to an aetherat, Kupo. I'll open the way for you. The rest is up to you, Kupo. Now go and teach those foolish Moogles a lesson and send the king back to where he came.
Okay, I'm coming to the tea tree. I'm on Crystal Marlborough. Well, you can still join us. How does Link Shell work, by the way? I'm a bit slow at that. I think someone's probably either has explained or will explain to you shortly, lady. Can folk from other data centers, Aether Primal, join the Crossworld Link Shell for times when they are visiting Crystal? I'm pretty sure they can, if I remember. Oh, there's a lot of you. Still getting used to that, too. Hello, everyone. Okay, let me read chat. You had missed a key that was behind him attacking him. Yeah, thanks, Professor. No, only Crystal folks can join Crossworld Link Shells. Crystal. Is that true? I thought you were able to join. Okay, maybe I guess I'm wrong. Summoning Moogle Mog because they're scared. I guess they need a better cooping. I'm heading there. Okay, Kecker. Okay, it's basically like a private chat room for the people in the Link Shell. We're gonna have to figure out. Okay, there's a lot of you. We're gonna have to figure out a new system for what to do during. For the amount of how many? Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we got 9 people. I know we can bail Issa. I know Issa won't mind. I actually don't know that that's not. I'm gonna invite who's here first. Virna. I'm just gonna invite the names that I also know off the top of my head are consistent people who show up. Just so that way. Okay, yeah, that guy wasn't one with us. Okay, so that should be good, right? Oh no, could we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, Kate hasn't. Okay, we're just waiting for Kate to accept. Oh, also, but Catger wants to join. So, Power, if you're, well, that answers that question. I guess I'll just check. Does anybody here not care that much? I assume because you're here, you care that much. So you're absolutely welcome to join. The other thing I'm going to say is, if you did not get in this one, we still have but you're interested, let us know, and I will keep I'll keep a sticky note here of those people who are interested who didn't get in to be in one, and then you will be priority for the next one. So, Catgur is next. No, Jellybean, you've been here. You're good. Okay. I'm sure you'll be there for the next ones too, Jellybean. I guess that's fair. I know you'll always be present. So, but thank you for your sacrifice. We'll wait for Catgur then. In the future, it's gonna be a first come first serve, except for those people who missed out last time. So if you aren't here beforehand, I will just be going with whoever we have, and that way we also don't lag stream too long. That's okay. I can go another round. Thanks, Jellybean. Sorel Drishkin. Okay, we'll wait for you for a second here. And I'm gonna read chat. Party Finder Race? Party Finder Race, what? You can join when they're on Crystal. Ah, okay. Sobs and Light again, because the FC is still on the wrong DC. It's Koshek. I know, I feel for you. I so feel for you, and it's coming. Soon. Well, I mean, not soon enough, but sooner rather than later. It's hopefully by 7.0. Is this? Oh, there we go. Invite to party. And let's send friend request so I can see you around when you're around. Okay. We've got 2 healers. We have 2 tanks. I think we have got 2. We're good to go then. Right? I'm not crazy, right? No. Okay. So, I will actually, I don't have my number set up. So let me go. Who wants to be in charge of placing, numbers don't matter. We'll just focus targets. It'll be fine. I will tank King Mogomog. If, Power, you want to tank the tank. Oh, lady, you do that for us? Well, I'll love to have you. Actually, didn't the service just come back up, like, today or something? Maybe I misheard that. I thought someone said that a service came back up. Ba-na-na-na-na. Boys and girls of every age, wouldn't you like to hear something strange? Come with us and you will see this our town of Halloween. I know it's the preamble, so it's that technically didn't sync up, but bear with me. Muggles guards armed! Defend the king, Kubo! That's what the cute version would have been like. Okay. Ready, check. Jesus, like even the instrumentation. Also, if you played a lot of Kingdom Hearts 1, it's also probably stuck in your head too, so that didn't help either. Service should resume tomorrow for homework transfer. That's what I'm thinking of. Right, because they had to mention the notices. Oh, someone else already got it. That's fine. I'll let someone else tag it. Accessibly the king. Ooh, lady, we should do that together. We should do that sometime. I'm a very, 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 very big fan of the first 3 Kingdom Hearts games. Ooh, maybe I could stream that on Twitch. Because I really love the first 3 Kingdom Hearts games. And I have a lot of love for Birth by Sleep, and for a lot of reasons too. But I think the first 3 you can treat as a kind of trilogy all their own. Whereas you kind of struggle to do that as it goes along. I mean, if the Keyblade in the background is any, suggestion. I actually have some of Terra's armor that I was working on. I know I'm not playing optimally. I'm mostly just not worrying about it. I will start playing hard, like actually for reals when we get to content that actually demands I play for reals. Here they go. Ooh, let's try to make a circle around King Mogomog. Let's try to make a circle. Like, try to get in line. We tried. I see what you were doing, Power, trying to get in and make like a close-in circle. I just meant like wide would have been fine. But I appreciate you trying to be on, like, actually. This is how... I feel like I might even, like, somehow manage to, like, get a copyright strike on myself just by saying it. Come and meet us. Woo! Okay, there's a stream idea. Stream on Twitch, just me having to memorize the lyrics to the song. Should probably be using my mitigation. I know it's multiplicative, not additive. Also, apparently this is getting a rework, so this might be one of the last times you guys play it, as it is currently.
Let me read these lines. Lend me your strength, and I shall purge our enemies from Thornmarch. Hearken unto me, brave Moogle's guard. These villains shall threaten you no more. I shall purge our enemies from Thornmarch.
Yeah, the, like, Woodson and the hedge and everything was a lot, like, however bad Gridania was now, it was way more vicious in 1.0. Super was, yeah. Oh, you're talking about mechanically. Oh, I was talking about in lore. But yes, that too. That is also true, Jenner. Good point. Hey, we did it, everyone. Congratulations. Oh, what's this? Pugil's arms. Oh. Roll for that. I mean this in all sincerity. I love that, like, everyone is so, like, not cutthroat, but just, like, cutthroat about gear that's like, there ain't no streamer privilege when it comes to rolling for gear. We all rolling for that coffer. Don't even, like, you ain't just getting that.
You did it, Kupo. You did it. Good King Magomar XII, may his mighty soul rest in peace, is no more. I shudder to think what might have happened had you not stopped the Moogle's God when you did. Thank you, Elio. Perhaps now they'll come to their sense and stop playing at fairies' tales. Rest assured that the chieftain will have choice words for them too. You should go and tell Pukni Pak and that the king is no more. She's with Rhea O at Camp Tranquil and can relay the news to the chieftain.
Everyone wants a Mogfist. I get it. No, I'm not asking for any kind of privilege. I ain't like, roll for it, baby. Roll for it. I did this as Sam earlier. Didn't get the coffer, but I did get the katana. Nice. That's always a good feel. Even if you miss the coffer when you're like, oh, but I'll take that. I mean, seriously, do that. Think about it, but alas, I'll have to wait. Only one day. One day more. One more day till revolution. I don't know why I'm doing... I don't know where Les Mis came from inside of me. But yeah, lady, we'd love to have you. It was working fine. I transferred over to Curl from Primal before the stream. Oh, apparently it's already working. Oh, wow, I went way up. Okay, sure, that sounds like a fun. I kept myself spoiler-free so far, and I've never seen anything about it, literally. You know, Kingdom Hearts isn't even, like, a super spoilery series, like, too. Like, there's not... Like, yeah, there are reveals, but most of the reveals are not... Like... Not to say that you shouldn't be refrain from spoilers. I'm just like... That's not that kind of game. Serious. You've got poetics to spend. Yes, I do. I probably do, don't I? How many do I have, I wonder? Oh, I've got max poetics to spend. That's probably what Jellybean was making fun of me for. Everyone wants a Mogfish to the sand. Gotta be careful when wandering Moogle territory, you might get mocked. Why do I imagine a tiny Moogle having a large muscular frame only? That sounds horrifying. Machinist has a bellows on it. What the fuck? The Machinist? I'm not sure what the fuck is for what the fuck. I'm talking about just the Machinist pistol for Moogles. I don't know. Blowing air into making sure the thing ignites at a higher temperature. World transfer is going down for a few hours tonight for maintenance. Also, the duty recorder is getting wiped. I literally never use the duty recorder. Let me go look at the patch notes reveal. I thought I remembered something about King Mogamog changing. Yeah, I'm certain that King Mogamog is getting a change. I remember Yoshi B specifically saying it. That's happening. I thought it might be 6.2 though.
Do I dare believe my ears? Good King Mogamog XII, may his magnificent virtues serve as an example to us all, has fallen. Our Moogle kind owes you a debt, Kupo. And I sense Rhea O wishes to congratulate you as well. I shall let you two speak with her, without fear of interruption.
I cannot believe that there has not been a voice cutscene in all of 2.1 so far. That's crazy. Your bravery is service to the Twelveswood, and her Moogles shall not be forgotten, Elio. God, I want to go back to speaking like a Moogle. It's so fun. My sister will doubtless wish to hear the tales of the great victory from the mouth of the man responsible. Pray, return to the Lotus to stand. And, for the sake of some of you, pray return. Pray, return to the Lotus stand and treat her to the full account of the day's events, while the details are yet fresh in your mind. That seemed unnecessary. Why not just, have me return to Connie Senna? No, but what I planned was to not see anything about it because I wanted to play it with someone else before I just got a fresh impression. Sadly, that's not the case anymore. Oh, lady, I will give you a brand new fresh impression. It will be a whole experience playing Kingdom Hearts with me. So, you know what? That will be definitely one of the things that we play on Twitch. Once I can get enough of a backlog of videos done that I'm not having to work as hard. Also, thanks to you guys with the $200 today. We're almost at $200 a month on Patreon too. So also, I would like to point out that between Jubilant and Demins, you paid for more than the entirety of our monthly Patreon today. But as we get closer and closer to me doing full-time, I'll be able to produce a full backlog of work, which will mean that I can do more streaming on Twitch when I want to, and that will be fun. To be able to play non-14 games as well, because I haven't even been able to play 14 lately. Here's how bad it is. You guys know how much I like lore. I haven't been able to finish I haven't gotten to the final quest of the Archosodra quest line because I have been unable to log in daily to play that much, just to do those 3 daily quests because of how busy I am trying to do stuff for the channel and IRL work. So the idea of being able to play 14 recreationally some and also other games on top of putting out the work that we do is going to be, that'll be really nice. That'll be really, really nice. I don't know why I didn't just teleport to Gridania. Not making fun, I was just pointing out. Yeah, no, thanks, Jellybean, it was useful, thank you. I wouldn't have noticed otherwise. Lady Darkson, I put a 3D printed musical arms on my rooster, and so he would look muscle arms, so he'd look more like in tune with his personality. Nice to Mins. I 3D printed. Actually, here I can show you. I 3D printed and made. Well, I 3D printed the form, but I did all the finishing work and everything. This is a Cubone skull for It's shaped for Deadpool to wear. So it literally fits perfectly on top of Deadpool's head. Now he doesn't love wearing it, but it does go perfectly on top of his head, and it's very, very, very cute. Aren't all MSQ dungeons and trials getting changed when duty support is added? Not all of them. Some are getting reworks, but not all of them. All are functionally being changed due to the addition of duty support. And actually, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe all are getting slight tweaks, but I don't think it's all of them. We know that it seems like the dungeons that are not MSQ related are definitely not getting something, but let's look. Like, Sastasha wasn't changed. Sastasha was not changed. Oh, hi, Deadpool. Speak of the devil. Sastasha wasn't changed. Temptera was changed a little bit. Very small amount. Copper Bells was definitely changed. Holitali, still the same. Thousand Maws, definitely changed. Hawk, final boss change. Brayflox, I believe changed some, but I can't remember how. Karn was the same. Well, Karn's optional, wasn't it? Stone Vigil is changed. Orm Vale's optional. Wanderer's Palace is optional, so yeah. Yoshi P was basically saying that Moogleween was too scary for the first 8-man trial. It's not just that it's scary, it's that it doesn't teach you how to fight it, right? Like, you don't look at that and think, oh, I need to, you don't, like, it's not clear what the target should be. The fact that I, after years of playing this game and having done that fight many, many times, still don't remember what the exact way you're supposed to do it is, off the top of my head with ease, is like, it is not bad design, but it is telling design, right? Gotta get the balloon full of helium for Heaven's Word for other Moogles. Ooh, that's a good idea. Yay, I'm helping. Yes, you are helping. Jubilant and Demins, you guys. Well, and Jubilant Demins, you are definitely helping. Anyone on Patreon, you're super helping, as your name attests to above my head. On top of that, anyone who is viewing, watching, liking, subscribing, looking at the videos, rewatching old videos, you guys are all helping. So thank you. Cubone, Deadpool, that is cute, sad at the same time. Cubone, that's one of my favorite Pokemon. I was super jelly when you posted that Crocheted one the other day. Oh, Professor. Braveflox is more streamlined. Yeah, Mechanics is the final boss of the long stop change. Yeah, Braveflox just got a boss change. Braveflox is the final boss. Yes, final boss definitely was changed. Water route blocked off, removed optional enemies off the path. Oh, interesting. Official video says difficulty for Moogleween will be lessened. Interesting. It's like, I don't even think Moogleween's hard so much as it's just like, doesn't teach you how to fight it. It doesn't teach you what it wants from you. Deadpool, you wanna put the mask on? I'll give you a treat if you do. Here. This is the first time he's gonna have done this in like a year. And he's doing it for you guys. Okay, come here. You have to come up here. Come here. Good job. Good job. Stay. Okay. Here you go. I know you're not gonna like it. I know. And you want the treat? I'll give you the treat, but you gotta let me put it on. Ugh. Good job, buddy. Good job. You're a very good streamer. You're a very, very good streamer. You know that? Thank you. Now, can I have my seat back? Can I have my seat back? Can I have my seat back? I don't have anything. Can I have my seat back? Can you come down? Come down. Thank you. OBS. Let's fix my camera now. A lot of camera fixing this stream. That's good enough. Okay, let's pull chat back up. The area before the third boss. Yeah, sorry. Hey, Andar, good to see you. Glad to have you. Hey, did I miss you? Yes, we just did it. We just did it. Well, that was adorable. Goodness of good. Yeah, since the YouTube is, we must tell. Since it is YouTube, we must tell you to like, share, and subscribe, and comment regularly. Thank you, Tethys. The things I do for treats. Yeah, he takes a seat. Nope, Doggo is now primary streamer. Yep, Deadpool will definitely stream for you guys now. You made me wear this mask. This is my seat now, human. Is it, yeah? Oh, you smiling? Oh, you're very, very cute. You're very cute. You just gonna hang out with me now? How many quests am I even away from being done? It's cute. Old Gridani, right? I know by the time I click back over, a bunch of you are gonna have put in the answer, or some of you at least. I am on. Oh, okay. No, I am very, very close to done. Okay, it literally is after this being done, so we're on good time. Oh, Sarah, good to see you. Glad to have you, by the way. And Andar, I think I said good to see you. Glad to have you. Close your eyes, listen to the sexy voice. Yeah, close your eyes, listen to these sexy voices, and follow us on Spotify, where you can find all our content like Lore Talks and End Talkers. Switch your controller, then you can join us and be able to pet Deadpool in the lap while you play. That's not a bad idea, Andar. If there's a reason to learn how to use controller, that's the best argument I've heard so far. The Elder Seatsia is expecting you, sir. May I show you in? At least now, if I ever want to get more B-roll, I know exactly what quest I need to come to, which will be very easy because it's 2.1, so New Game Plus will work for it. Dude, if I ever get to go to Media Tour, which I'm really, really hoping that I get to at some point, and I won't be upset if I won't, but I will. I do really, really hope that's like the fucking dream. If I ever got to ask Yoshi a question, I have literally a document of all the ones I would want to, and I'd have to literally like pare it down to figure out what is the like one. But like one of them is, well, this would be a bad one for Yoshi P. But if I could ask one of the technical, not he would know it, but a better question, like why is New Game Plus set up in the way it is to not allow us to go to more to specific quests, or at least specific quest chains? Why is it so set up to be like we can't even go to like 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, right? And this is interesting that it's set up that way. It's set up actually. Maybe you can do. I know you can do. Because even sometimes it's split up into 0.1 through 0.3 and then 0.4 to 0.5, but it's interesting. If you're on Windows and not Steam, then an Xbox controller is plug and play. Actually, to be fair, I have a PS4 controller I could just plug in and make it work. Oh man, after this stream, I'm gonna have to go straight into editing videos. Oof.
Elio, you are returned to us, unharmed and victorious. Thus, I have 2 reasons to be glad. Yet many questions remain unanswered. If you would be so kind as to oblige me, I would fain hear all that occurred in Thornmarch.
If they summon a Primal, that implies that an Ascian came to a bunch of Moogles and was like, yo, here's how we're gonna do it. And I just love the idea of an Ascian walking up to a Moogle and being like, yo.
Then it is as we feared.
The king really is a primal. But he really isn't, is he? I mean, the Moogles don't worship him, for one thing. He's not even a god to them. That doesn't sound like any primal I've ever heard of.
Almost like you should have figured out by now that it's not about being a deity and that it's more of a representation of faith and belief. Almost like that was a really important facet about what happened above Carton and y'all should have put that together. Well, okay, yes, they're also deities, so maybe that's a bad example, so never mind, Carton example is a bad example. However, obviously, clearly, there have always been complications about the concept of what a primal is. You could be the next voice art guy for movie trailers.
In a world where you can't remember that an NPC from 4 expansions ago, who is now somehow relevant, comes into the primary plot.
That begs the question, can Ascians even see Moogles? Presumably, especially with their ability to witness Aether. One would think that they're just the sheer ability to witness the movements of Aether to any... Like, even though we know Emmett Selk is particularly good at that, the Ascians should, in theory, be able to do that. So, can they? Probably. I would assume so. It's okay, they put it together eventually. Eventually, yeah. I'll be right there with you. Thanks. Thanks, Isa.
But he really isn't, is he? I mean, the Moogles don't worship him, for one thing, and he's not even a god to them. That doesn't sound like any primal I've ever heard of. Then mayhap the fault lies with the definition. The fact remains that through the combination of the power contained in the crystals and the force of their collective faith, the Moogles called forth a being that by all rights should not exist. Moreover, when slain, said being left no corpse, the Aether which comprised him instead being scattered to the 4 winds.
According to the accepted definition, he may not be a primal, but the mode of his manifestation was in every respect the same.
Which means...
Ascians! The whole business reeks of their handiwork.
Kupo-po, they said it. It was a masked man who taught them how years ago. But Gridania has no shortage of masked men, and I never thought to question. I don't want deep... Well, actually, just real quick, I'm gonna read this. Confound it all! How many more will they ensnare with their tainted gifts?
Okay, now I'm switching back. Confound it all! How many more will they ensnare with their tainted gifts?
To many, I fear so long as there are paragons to stir the embers, fools to build the pyre, and crystals to feed the flame, ever and again shall we suffer primal visitation. A somber thought, but a solitary one. My heartfelt thanks, Elio. Already the information you have provided has proven invaluable. The Grand Serpent Marshal and I have much to discuss.
Oh, before you do, my lady, I was hoping we might finish discussing that other matter.
That matter which you speak has now been settled. The Scions shall not want for support. We shall be glad to send additional supplies to Revenant's Toll.
We knew we could count on you, my lady.
While Yida and I remain to discuss the particulars of our arrangement with the Elder Seetsier, mayhap you could return to the Waking Sand and appraise the antecedent of all that has transpired. Look, I'm not saying I would be a good voice actor, but I will say that I definitely can notice that I have improved at it since beginning this process. And that makes me feel good. Since beginning, these streams. And it's easier to slip in and out of different characters as well. Oh wait, I have tokens. Also, thank you, Power, for the compliment. To be fair, the line between deity and primal was once thought to be far more rigid than it became later. That is true, Tethys. My point is, Moogleween was summoned prior, 5 years ago. And there have been other historic examples of primals that have messed with the notion enough that people should have, I think, called into question more, at least those who have been any kind of scholar about the fact. However, that said, Yida and Papalima were not necessarily it was not their most specific subject of study. And on top of that, you're right, they have not faced, it's not like it was a very common topic for the vast majority of time. And so I think you're right. To give them crap for not necessarily putting that together is unfair, especially with the fact that they are able to, especially as we get onto Ysael. Smacked in the face with J. Merles Jones, Kuplo Cop. Yeah, welcome to how stream's been going. Okay, it's past midnight. Night, Koshak, thanks for joining in. It was great to have you. You must construct additional pylons. Let me try.
You must construct additional pylons.
Oh, the Garlean threats may have abated, but there is no end to the work we Scions do. In our own unique ways, may every one of us continue striving to make a better Eorzea. My life for ow. Oh, Deadpool's sleeping on my bed. Oh no. No, he's not. He's back there. I thought I saw him jump onto the bed. Hi. You're very cute. Tenku, good to see you, glad to have you. Nice to meet you as well. On to monophilia. It is good to see you hale and healthy, Elio. I received word from Yida and Papalimo that you had felled good King Moogleween the 12th, but I had hoped to hear your version of the tale. So it was, as they said, summoned with the same methods used by the beast tribes and taught by the Eorzeans. Though unfortunate this incident, I'd like to point out that I just made a joke about getting better about voice acting, and then the first voice I think I do back is monophilia. Well, no, okay, I did Tataru. Though unfortunate, this incident did at least serve to remind the Elder Seetsier of our usefulness. Her offer of additional support could not have come at a better time. My thanks, Elio. The gifted, gifted and then built on stone. Owing to the tireless efforts of all concerned, we are at long last ready to bid farewell to Vesper Bay. So as to avoid drawing undue attention, we shall make the journey to Revenant's Toll in small groups, departing at irregular intervals. Lest you doubt, it is still my intention to conduct further operations openly, but on this particular occasion, the need for caution overrides all other concerns. To move north as one ponderous caravan would only serve to invite attack. It seemed only right that I should be at the last to leave, and I would have you remain with me until the end, Elio. That becomes resonant later on. Upon my departure, the Waking Sands will formally cease to be our headquarters, and the premise will be given into the care of Eorzean. I had thought to relinquish the property, but he was quite adamant, and I had not the heart to disagree. These walls have borne witness to some of the brightest and darkest moments in our history. Mayhap it is best that we do not forsake them entirely. They kind of pointed themselves into a corner when they put him there as the quest giver for Bahamut. Eorzean shall remain here and devote his energies to studying the nature of primals. By the grace of the 12, he will one day discover a permanent solution that we sought for so long. Of course, he will not be alone. Alice shall continue to work closely with him as well. Should they require our assistance, I have their assurances that they will not hesitate to contact us. Speaking of Eorzean, would you inquire of him if any tasks remain undone? I cannot escape the feeling that I have forgotten something important.
Need something? Work. We require more Vespine gas. Or, for those of you who play World of Warcraft, I need more mana. I need more rage. I cannot do that now. I need more rage. I may have made something low effort for you because I'm tired, but aw, let me look at it, lady. No! Oh my god. Okay, wait. I gotta show that, guys. Do it for him. Deadpool, come here. Do it for him. There you go. It's very cute. I also really appreciate the animation you made. Thank you, lady. Ooh, did I leave my camera on white that whole time? Actually, all of them are. Let's go with that. I like that better. I am overburdened. I'm among the few people who preferred AR to Heavenward by far. I'll have more patches because we're good though. I don't know if you're trolling, Tenku, so I can't really respond to that. Because, I can't follow with that. Did you always main War? No, I'm playing War for this story. Because we're playing based on whatever expansion we're in. Eorzean just stayed behind because of me just saying. Thanks, Elio. I think he likes it, lady. Yeah. It's very, very cute. Deadpool, yes, I want to hire a lady to make Deadpool emotes, one for each job. But lady needs the energy, the funds, and the time. Yes, Deadpool is a very good boy. Will be made actually to Sinium. That's the plan. Yes, we just gotta find time for it to work out with lady. I just gotta sit down with her and figure that out. Thou art ever welcome, Elio, but I require no assistance. Pray, take thy leave unburdened by the concern for my well-being. Verily, thy countenance bespeaks a desire to quit this place, without further delay. Mayhap thou thinkest this chapter of our tale concluded, that these halls should rightly be consigned to the annals of history? In man's eagerness to seize the future, how readily he doth set down the past. Full many a proud pioneer hath bravely stridden into the great unknown, only to find there the banner of his ancestors, faded by the eons. And still man glorieth in his discovery. 'Tis through his pride that wisdom doth ever give way to ignorance, while they who lurk in the shadow remain hidden, lost no sooner than they are found. Just prefer to AR because it featured the Scions more. See, but that's why so just to capitalize, I think AR's biggest struggle is it doesn't characterize the Scions near enough, and so because it has such a wide cast, Heavensward is really clever, and what it does is it allows you to narrow down that cast, deepen it, then Stormblood narrows down the cast to a different set of people, deepen it, so by the time you end up in Shadowbringers and Endwalkers, you have a deep resonant connection with those people in a way that I don't think AR successfully does. I think it's telling that for most people, the Scion that they have the strongest connection to is Moon Brita, and she's around for a patch and a half or two. But yeah, I mean, like we all have our druthers, so I get it. By the way, grats on bronze play button. Oh yeah, thank you, Andar. Very much appreciated. Yes, we reached 10,000 recently. We're very, very lucky and very, very put a lot of hard work into it. But thank you so much for all of your guys' contributions to that. Yeah, no spoilers, please. I think it does allow you to begin getting to know them. The other expansions build upon the connection more, like you wouldn't be instantly close to people you just met. It's realistic. So, Tenku, sorry, it might not be the best time for this discussion. But I don't think that the game meaningfully for the vast majority of players, and I think you see that borne witnessed out by people time and time again, characterizes them, and it's not realism to not create a meaningful connection with those characters after spending the amount of time with you that you do, and the game treats it as if you do have a close and meaningful connection with them. Ergo, I don't think that really tracks. I think more so that the problem is that a lack of voice acting combined with a very finite amount of time you spend with them means that you are only so much aware of those characters as they are, but not necessarily granted a dive into like meaningful and resonant emotional moments. And I think there's very few of them in A Realm Reborn given to each sign individually, which it becomes more of an introduction in a lot of ways than it does a resonant story. I'm someone who loves the lore. I'm someone who loves the story. I'm someone who constantly is singing the praises of the story. And I feel like I don't, even after playing through AR just now a second time, I can't say that a meaningful connection is been. And it's not a realism issue. It's just a execution and time issue. Yeah, I'm not particularly interested in having a debate on it though. I think that the point stands for itself. Be not offended, Elio. Thy conduct hath ever been beyond reproach. Despite thy surpassing strength and all thy many victories, thou hast never been. Also, you can't argue for what. If it worked for you, that's fine, but that doesn't change the execution and a wider trend of that. Thou hast never been so convinced of thine own greatness as to imagine thyself above the failings of thy forebears. Mayhap it is the echo which hath opened thine eyes to the lessons of history. Would that the same could be said of... Trying to figure out how to do a monotone was... Whence came that cry? The sola, 12th fen, the antecedent! Elio, you must... Echo vision time! Ooh, what voice am I giving Elidibus? Fuck, I haven't considered that. Well, I could just do something like what it is in the future. Tell me, Louis-Sois, would you have done the same? Louis-Sois Levieux was a remarkable man, wise beyond mortal measure. Would that I had met him prior to his passing. Stand back, I'm beginning to echo. An Asian, here, how? How readily you see. You're indeed gifted, antecedent. But you are not like the others. Your robes. Gifted but ignorant, yet I shall not judge you harshly. The fault lies within your forebearers. It has been millennia. Mine are the robes of an emissary. Unlike he who came before, I have no quarrel with you. He who, you speak of Laha Brea? Laha Brea is a warrior. He fought. He fell. He may yet learn from his mistakes. Then he is still? Come, I only confirm that which you already knew. There is no secession, no oblivion, only expulsion. What are...
Boy, we're ready when you are, my lady, if there's nothing else. Is something the matter? I feel the same way. After everything that's happened here, it feels strange to leave, but I'm sure we'll soon get used to Revenant's toll. Well, I'll let you say your goodbyes. Take as long as you like, my lady. We shall depart whenever you're ready.
It is only to be expected. She lacks the gift and the knowledge both. To her, we are indistinct. To her, we are indistinct. I do not understand. Shadowless, fleshless, formless. What truth there is in each tale is diluted by time and telling. Knowledge dictates expectation, and expectation colors perception. Thus did she perceive naught. So it is with all but a chosen few. Even you, when young, could not yet see with eyes unclouded. You know nothing about me. Nothing. The gift grants you clarity, it grants you focus. With it, you may in time come to see us as we are, rather than this crude approximation. Laha Brea did not think so highly of the Echo. Laha Brea is wrong about a great many things. The Echo is indeed a gift, albeit one you have yet to master. And what if we did? There would be no strife between our peoples, for we would be of one mind. I leave as I came, in peace, antecedent. May we meet again as friends. And knowing what we know that comes later, like that lines up with everything. Wait, stay where you are. Mayhap I was indelicate. 'Tis a mercy she shields her children from his grace with such resolve.
I don't think this is aged particularly. None of this runs in any way counter to what we know later. This actually runs completely in sync with it.
Was it also by her hand that you survived the ardor, I wonder?
Mickey Mouse voice for Elidibus? No, I love Elidibus too much to treat him wrong.
I take it there. Oh, what? Take it there is no need to explain. Save your concern. He did me no lasting harm. Whatever his intention was, it was not to kill.
I heard a cry. What happened? Are you all right? You look faint. Do you need to lie down? I could fetch you a flask of my special tonic.
Mickey for Nabrialis, I can do that. Aha! The darkness!
Eorzean, send word to the students of Baldessian. Tell them to scour the archives for forbidden tomes in particular. If there is any reference to an Ascian robed in white, however oblique, I would know of it. An Ascian, my lady? Was that what gave you a cause to cry out? I did but moments ago glimpse a figure clad in white set forth from the waking sands, yet Ascians are wont to employ teleportation magics. Why would one be so brazen? I know not and care not. Find him. Elio, turn every stone in Vesper Bay if you have to. Pray, attend me, Tataru.
Tataru is brewing hooch in the back, confirmed. I mean, if we haven't gotten to those patches later, then we can't really talk about it, Tenku. Mickey voice for Nabrialis, yes, except he's voiced in some scenes. Anyways, but yeah, but Minphilia has a voice in some cutscenes, but we still have Monophilia. Like, Tataru's voiced, and like the Scions are voiced. We still have to do them. It's okay, Minphilia. Elidibus just drew an X on your dress so he can track you. Oh no. God, Dream Drop. Look, I have Dream Drop Distance and Kingdom Hearts 3 are travesties. They can be fun travesties at times, but they are travesties nonetheless. Yes, they did remove a few. And a lot of them was for the best, for pacing. Tenku, okay, just one second. Tenku, I don't really want to focus on like them being better or not, or like the points of discussion you keep bringing up, they don't necessarily think are conducive, and also they're kind of just statements about your opinion rather than points for like. So, just chill a little bit, and then also saying please avoid saying they were better as opposed to I enjoyed them more. If you have a preference, that's fine. But I'm not interested in having a debate on to the what was better. Was Heaven's Word better? I'm not interested in talking about whether English but Japanese was better, and it's not really conductive to the kind of like. I'm interested in talking about why something worked for you. I'm interested in talking about how something might be improved. I'm interested in talking about the nuance of why something might have struggled. I'm not particularly interested in being like this was better or this was worse or this is bad or that's just not so. Yeah, but we weren't talking. I wasn't talking about Minfilia being wooden. We were talking about monophilia, about like the voice performance I do. I am told that you are the warrior of light, but I would know for myself. I shall walk north, and you may choose to follow. Know, however, that you will be waylaid if you do. You may even perish. Should you survive, we shall speak anon. I also don't particularly love the Japanese performances across the board. And I've listened to a lot of Japanese performances. Not that they're good. They're just to my ear. They are not my preferred way of hearing a lot of those characters. And so it's not a huge improvement to turn that version on. And it's also far more disconcerting and jarring to switch from Japanese to English. So it is my preferred. So it's not a lack of awareness. It's an intentional choice. I did enjoy Pippin's Japanese voice. Yeah, a lot of people do. I mean, there's a lot of people who love a lot of... I know people... I think we have people in the community who have specifically spoken, stating, like, their love for the French. Like, we've talked about in earlier things about the... I'm interested in talking about, okay, this is struggles and is not great because probably the voice direction was struggling because we know of the timescales, production companies, and budget. You know, like, that's an interesting conversation. Being like, oh, ARR is bad. Or like voice acting is bad or wooden, it just like in and of itself is just not. I'm tired of the internet just being a place of like being like, oh, you know, X thing hates you or this thing is awful or I'm more interested. The nuance is the thing that is engaging to me. There we go. Interesting that he would take us west. Interesting to take us all the way to Parada's Peace and Moondrip. I wonder if there's anything to be taken from that, or if he just this'll be. I gotta run. See you, Eglinton. Thanks for the chat. Okay, 7:01. Tethys, are we still good for running a little late, or do I need to wrap up early? Or not early, but do I need to wrap up pre-finishing 2.1? We're at 4 hours. Yeah, no, I know we're at 4 hours. I know we started at 3 and we're at 7 p.m. I understand we're at 4 hours. That's not the point. I'm more asking about whether because my time to end is also based on what if my mods need to sleep. Okay, Tethys is good. So I'm asking to Tethys if we're good to continue for 15 to 20 minutes more to wrap up 2.1. Wait, are those red masks? Oh no, those are just blast masks with the sigil. I see you lived. Good, but your trial is not yet at an end. I beg to differ.
Remarkable. Truly remarkable. I thank you for granting me this indulgence.
Oh, you're still here too, Raid. Sorry, I thought you were going to bed earlier.
None save he who is bested La Habrea could endure such examination. Have the laws of man grown so twisted in my absence that it is now permitted to lay hands upon an emissary? You bore witness to my audience with the antecedent, did you not? Then you know I acted only in self-defense. I realize the same cannot be said of La Habrea. Even amongst his brethren, he's considered unique. Nevertheless, I cannot wholly condemn his misdeeds, for through them we discovered you, one so strong in the gift that he could cast us out. Your mother favors you still, that much is plain, but surely you must feel it. Her influence wanes, and her strength shall soon be spent. These lands, these people, this world shall all soon change. As it was, so shall it be again, as it should always have been. Doubt my claims and question my motives if you will. Only believe me when I say this. I am Elidibus, emissary, bearer of the word of the one true God, and we shall meet again.
Did you know George Lucas named one of the Royal Naboo guards Sid as a response to several Final Fantasy characters being named Biggs and Wedge? I didn't, Professor! If anyone has a Wikipedia link to that, I'd love to see it. Yeah, I'm gonna kick your ass, Elidibus. Proceeds to not lay a hand on him for 3 whole expansions. I mean, to be fair, that's mostly, well, that's like, we don't engage with him for 3 whole expansions. So yes, I know he is present in certain ways for certain events and responsible for certain things, but like, it's not from, we got other things we're worried about.
Crystal Mommy.
Oh, Hydaelyn. I don't know, I would call the actions that he just took right now pretty provocative, and especially 5.3, and I don't know, like the choice of action to like instigate the events that happened during the 3.x patches? I'd call that provocative. Also, careful of spoilers around Elidibus. Even I saying patch names is a bit far of its own. Well, we did follow him. Yeah, after he broke into our base and attacked one of our friends. That's called provocation. And also, literally entreating us to follow after him as a test.
Thank the gods you've returned, Elio. After you left, I began to worry that I might have sent you to your doom. I take it our visitor proved elusive. Beg pardon? He was waiting for you. What did you do? What did he say? Ah, it was so as it was, so it shall be again. Of when does he speak, and of what exactly? The words of Elidibus portend much, but reveal nothing, save perhaps a measure of disdain for La Habrea. Oop. Give me a second. Did I turn off? No, I didn't turn off the play. Oh, nice! Sid rushing. Nice! Thanks, Professor, for the link to the Sid. I had hoped for answers, but it seemed I shall have to be content with a wealth of additional questions. Okay, here's the final one. Let us set aside the matter of the Ascians until after we have completed our move to the Rising Stones. There is but one final favor I would ask of you before I depart. I believe I mentioned before that my father was a member of the Alamegan Resistance. The truth, however, is more complicated than that. As far as the Empire knew, he was their spy. He maintained the deception for nigh on half a decade, furnishing the Resistance with vital Imperial secrets, while feeding his paymasters subtly conceived misinformation. When he died some 15 years ago, my father left behind his journal, which I have closely guarded ever since. It contained every shred of information he and his agents could steal on what they believed to be the single greatest threat to Eorzea, the Primals. Its wisdom has guided me through the years, though there is much within I still do not understand. It is my hope that Urianger will fare better. Tell him to treat it with care. It is all I have left of my father. Chat just can't help themselves. Reminder, yeah, no spoilers. Yeah. Crunchy Boy, I don't know if I saw you earlier, but good to see you, glad to have you. I thought thee departed. To what end dost thou linger? Oh, look. The legacy of Menphilia's father who perished. I was about to say, mention the year 1562, because man, so much shit happened in the year 1562. The legacy of Menphilia's father who perished in the parade incident of 1562 when a Gubu broke free of its magical fetters and ran amok through the streets of Ul'dah contains a wealth of stolen imperial research on the primals, as well as other information which has yet to be deciphered. I think the journal does come up at least one other time. So much of Point X is a blur for me, I couldn't tell you, but we'll see. The father's final bequest. Final bequest? That's not a word. The father's final bequest, the daughter's lifelong labor. It is no small thing to surrender such a cherished memento. While I cannot imagine the antecedent's pain, upon my honor, I swear to spare no effort in the study of these materials, lest mine lady's sacrifice be in vain. Patrick Warburton. Elio, this is Menphilia. Forgive me, but I could wait no longer. I have departed for the Rising Stones. If you have yet to, once you have given the journal to Urianger, I bid you come to the 7th heaven in Revenant's Toll. Tataru will be there to show you inside our new headquarters. Assuming you have already attuned to it, you may wish to make use of our new Aetheryte in Revenant's Toll. After all, it is right on our doorstep. I was thinking I was going to do all of the patches usually in one sitting. I think I'm going to do patches probably because of all the talking we do. I think we'll do this is the shortest one by far. I think the future ones we'll probably do in two separate. Explanatory statement. I have departed to the right. Excuse me. Explanatory statement. I have departed to the Rising Stones.
Oh, Elio, you're here. Good. We're all wondering when you show up.
As I was just telling your receptionist here, I am pleased to inform you that all documents have been prepared and all signatures signed. The Rising Stones is officially yours.
Splendid. From this day forward, I will spare no effort in seeing that it is as welcoming and comfortable a home for us as the Waking Sands ever was. That said, this is all somewhat intimidating, is it not? So many unfamiliar places and unfamiliar faces.
Most of the men and women you see around you here in Revenant's Toll are adventurers who come and go as they'd wish. I dare say that should make it easier for you to go about your business here. And it shouldn't hurt that Elio here has already made something of a name for himself. Isn't that so, Elio?
Why, that's the wonderful to hear. Rest assured that this receptionist will work just as hard to see our efforts do not skip a beat despite the relocation. And with that, Elio, I do believe it's time you officially announce your presence to everyone inside. The antecedent and the others will surely be overjoyed to see you.
Since this is a YouTube video, we're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe regularly. Sorry, not sorry.
Thank you, Ray.
What's the crossworld link shell? Are you asking what a crossworld link shell is, or are you asking to be invited to it?
Welcome to our new home, the Rising Stones. Isn't it lovely? Well, what are you standing around here talking to me? Everyone's waiting for you inside.
Is literally even the final one voiced? Is any of 2.1 voiced?
Hey, Colton A.
I did not realize the Scions had moved until I arrived at Vesper Bay. Thankfully, Urianger was kind enough to direct me here. I know I've only just joined, but if there's anything I can do to help, please let me know.
Thancred?
As ravishing as ever, perhaps for old time's sake, she would... Gods, Elio, don't sneak up on me like that. We bars are essentially easily startled lot.
I wonder what he's staring at.
Oh, You wish to help. That's very kind of you, but I can manage on my own. Besides, you should be out having a grand adventure, not withering away here like me.
It's Hoary Boulder! It's the boy!
The horror! The horror!
So here we are, completely independent and unquestionably neutral, or at least more so than before. Truth be told, I cannot say if it feels that different, or of course Yida begs to differ. I love the smell of victory in the morning. It smells like sweet, mutui sauce. No, victory, yes, victory.
Nariko Lunaris. Ah, yes, Ray or Tethys can give you. It also depends on if you typically want to join the Discord if you want to get invites. That's the easiest way to get them. I won't be able to because I'm in the middle of this.
As you can see, our Charlian allies have furnished us with a wealth of new tomes. It would be prudent of you to broaden your knowledge as well.
Petition for Hoary Boulder to become an A-tier Scion in 7.0. Chris, I think 6.0 potentially might be implying that that's a distinct possibility, or at the very least a B tier. We'll have to wait until it's 2.5 for Minfilia to be voiced. Is that 2.5? I don't think that's not until after, is it? Or does she switch voices in 2.5? I thought no one switches until Heavensward. Also, good pun. I just realized your pun, Tattle. Good job. He's S tier in our hearts, that's for sure. Oh, come on, not even this cutscene?
Well, it certainly is spacious. Today marks a new beginning for the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, for today we declare our independence.
I don't even know if it was budget or low. I don't think this strikes me as budget low. This strikes me as needing to get out fast.
We shall henceforth be beholden to no nation, but serve to all of Eorzea's people, proudly and openly. But this does not mean that we will sever our ties to the Eorzean alliance. On the contrary, the antecedent and I shall endeavor to strengthen them. Rest assured, however, that we shall not permit political considerations to influence our decisions. Our identity remains unchanged, as does our cause. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and our single purpose is to safeguard the future of Eorzea.
For Eorzea! It is weird being the tallest one in the room. However, even if I was my hero, I'd still be the tallest one in the room. But yeah, noticeably taller. Also, there's just so many short people.
A moment of your time, Elio. I would speak of Elidibus.
You transported the plaque with the staff. Did Minfilia carry it? My impression was Minfilia carried it out. I mean, remember, she's swole. She was a minor.
Pardon the intrusion, mine lady, but the matter which bringeth me will admit no delay. Mine every attempt to contact the students of Baldesion have been met with silence.
Speaking of Eureka!
No one will respond? How odd. Allow me to try.
Alright, Yoshi, animation is done. Just need to add voices. More like, okay, we have to produce an entire patch content for this game to make sure that people know that we're serious about playing it, but also we only have checks watch like 3 months to do about 4 or 5 months of work. Also make sure that your entire script for the and plot beats for going it from 2.1 to 2.5 onto and into Heavensward are done. Also, our main writer is probably out writing Heavensward right now. Also, half our team is working on Heavensward, so we need to make sure that the team that's working on this is also able to deal with that. Also, we know we're going to be switching recording houses, so how much money should we actually be investing in using this recording house? Yeah, is a lot. Hey, I'm right there right now. Ariane is only slightly taller than my tune. I'm half convinced he wears lifts.
No response. Surely they would not ignore us. They have never yet, mine lady. I fear we must assume the worst. No, no, I will not believe it. An outpost, perhaps, but not their headquarters. Their wards are beyond circumvention. Had they come under attack, they would most certainly have raised the alarm. None could penetrate their sanctum unnoticed. But for those who lack the gift and the knowledge both, oh no. Contact their agents in the field at once. If aught has befallen the students of Baldesion, they may know of it. Though the thought of it pains me, until such time as we have evidence to the contrary, we can but assume the worst. Accordingly, we must needs seek another source of information on Elidibus. 'Tis possible the others of the homeland are possessed of such knowledge. Be fairly warned, however, they are unlike to yield it unconditionally. Do what you must.
Yeah, the signs are short, with the exception of Herb Danger.
Yet another unforeseen and unwelcome development. What could be next, I wonder? A visit from the crimson-clad Asian, perhaps? Or Ochre? Or Puce? And which of our allies will then fall silent? For a time, I thought we had gained the upper hand. When you shattered the Crystal of Darkness and cast out La Habrea, I dared to hope that we had found a way to rid ourselves of the Asian menace. But I was wrong. He endures and may yet return. Upon that point, I have no doubt that Elidibus spoke true. Yet there must be a way to destroy them utterly, a way to spare this world their unholy machinations. I dare not consider the alternative. There are forces at work we do not understand, Elio. I discern them all around, in disturbances too great and too numerous to be dismissed as mere coincidence. Doubtless, the paragons are involved, but how and to what end is far from clear. I know not what will come, but I do know that we will rise and meet it as one. Ah, my stalwart hero, your face is the picture of resolve. I know that you will be ready when the time comes. With luck, however, that will not be for a while yet. Pray, return to your private affairs with my blessing. Should anything arise, you will be informed.
Minfilia half predicted Ochre Boulder.
Kryl, where are you?
Kryl being set up here, Baldesion being set up. So many things get I mean, Baldesion was set up earlier, but the loss of Baldesion. Wait, hold on. Is that the chair mount? It's probably the same model. Haha! Your intercession was not foretold!
You object?
Oh, we question. Our plans are in motion. Your intentions unclear.
They survived the Seventh Ardor, and are stronger now in the gift. Does that not intrigue you?
No, it does not.
Serve as you will, so too shall I. We labor not at cross purposes. The wisdom of his plan shall become apparent in time, when the veil is lifted from their eyes, and at long last they see.
Yeah, oh, does Kryl even get a reference? Professor, I might have called it out then. Yeah, does Kryl get even a call out before then? Disney gonna sue because that's very accurate. Thanks, Chris. Meanwhile, in spoiler location. Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's go to the tea tree and end it for today. Oh, I can just return. Pray, return to the tea tree. Calling it now, Ochre Boulder is a super secret deep cover Asian. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Totally. You got it. You nailed it. Honestly, Tataru being a deep cover Asian makes more sense. Oh, look at you all guys still hanging out here. I'm gonna start drinking my tea. There we go. Turn off that. Last question: did you notice Arnvald and AR? Yes. Yes, did notice Arnvald, and we also talked to him. We've been talking to him in this replay. But a lot of people. Have a great night. Yeah, so we're gonna be doing ahead here. Let's do the final stuff. Hi everybody. Lovely stream. Don't forget that if you'd like to join our community, you can always join the Discords where we have active conversations and stuff. Don't forget that the typical rules apply of, both there and in general. If you'd like to support us, you can always toss us $1 on Patreon. It goes a long way to supporting us, making this whole thing more sustainable. On top of that, you can always join our archon status here or give us a super chat that does like Jubilant and Demins did today, and Isa. We also, if you like text lore instead of video lore, you can always check out our website, eorzeanarchives.com, where Niniri creates articles. On top of that, we have a store now where we sell our emotes and art as magnets and stickers and all sorts of other goodies. And there will be more stuff coming as I work with Lady and potentially maybe another artist. There's another artist in our community I'm looking at talking to potentially make some more art pieces and the sort of things that I can hang up in the background too. We also have a Twitch. Don't forget to go check out the Twitch and give us a follow and stuff there. So that way when we stream not Final Fantasy 14 stuff, but Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, Nier, or occasionally just some fun stuff like Jackbox with the community. That's always a good place to find us. I think that's everything. Yeah, previous episodes of this MSQ you can find at our playlist. So always the most recent episode is up and the previous episode is unlisted, so that way it doesn't clutter up the front page. On top of that, we also have our End Talkers and Lore Talks are up on Spotify as well as on the YouTubes if you like listening to podcasts. So Lore Talks is about specific subjects to do with Final Fantasy 14 lore, End Talkers is to do about going through the entirety of Final Fantasy of Endwalker and sort of processing and breaking down it step by step by step. And Ray and Tethys are given all the good links. Thanks so much for streaming. Absolutely, lady! And over the shoulder, ochre boulder holder. It was fun. Good, Catger. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Have a great night. You too, Crunchy. Aurora, done with shutting things down at work, now to drive home. Have a wonderful rest of the day, everyone. Yes, to you too, Aurora. So I'm gonna head out here. Oh my God, with 30 minutes over. Thank you so much to Ray and Tethys for one, your hard work in general, but also staying late. Much appreciated. Yes, absolutely, Jellybean. We'll make sure to get you into the next trial. But why would you want others? Today was fun. Good. Yeah. Night, Aubrey. Night, Professor. Night, everyone. If you want me to say night to you, say night now, because I'm about to head off. I'm going to take another bite of my donut, because I took one bite and then I never had a chance to stop talking. This is why we need more voice acting, so I can eat donuts. Night, Regal. Night, Andar. Night, Jubilant. Night, Tenku. And now, I rest. Oh, no, I don't rest. Now I spend the next 8 hours editing videos. Wish me luck! Thanks for being on stream. Absolutely, guys. I hope all of you have a great week. And I'll see. Oh, also, we stream every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. MSQ replay stream. And on Saturdays is the community stream. So don't forget about that. And I am off.